There's nobody. Yeah.
Good evening, everybody. It's 5:30 p.m. and I will call the meetings to order. We have actually three parts to our meeting tonight. We have a public hearing to start, then we have the regular council meeting and a closed session of the regular council. So we'll start with the public hearing. And I will call that meeting to order 5:30 p.m. and ask if there are any amendments to the agenda.
Email warrants, I have none.
Thank you. A motion that the agenda for the statutory public meeting of February 21st, 2024 be approved as presented. Moved by Councillor Lego, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. All in favor? Carried. Declarations of pecuniary interest
Email warrants, I have none.
and applications. The Shoreline Road Allowance Closure and Sale, 438 Highway 72. The applicants are Wayne and Kayla Clark. This public hearing is convened under the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 to close part of a road allowance at the location described below pursuant to sections 8 and 9 of the Municipal Act 2001 to authorize the sale of the lands to the owners of the abutting lands. The subject lands are locally known as 438 Highway 72 and are legally known as Plan M291 PT Lot 4 Parcel 18345. The Development Services Manager will confirm how notice was served to advertise this public hearing.
Mayor Lawrence, notice was served by mail to the abutting property owners and advertised for 3 consecutive weeks in the local newspaper.
The Development Services Manager will provide a summary of the application.
Mayor Lawrence, an offer to purchase the Shoreline Road allowance has been received from Wayne and Kayla Clark, who own the abutting property known locally as 438 Highway 72. The intent of the application is to acquire the shoreline lands to add to the existing property. Road allowance sales policy states that the shoreline road allowances will only be sold to owners of the abutting land. In light of the fact that the shoreline road allowances are primarily utilized by the abutting landowner, council generally entertains requests to purchase shoreline road allowances within the municipality. An administration fee of $1,250 is paid by the purchaser to cover the cost of advertising and staff time to process the application. Fees bylaw provides guidance for the sale price of the shoreline road allowances. Consideration applied for a sale/purchase is either fair market value if the addition results in a significant increase in value, or $1,000 plus HST. Additionally, the purchaser is responsible for all survey costs, legal fees, and registration costs. It is recommended that the standard sale/purchase price of $1,000 plus HST be applied to the sale.
The Development Services Manager will read any correspondence received from government agencies and municipal staff.
Mayor Lawrence, we received comments from Bell. Bell Canada has no easement requirements with respect to the closure and sale of the subject property. No, sir.
The Development Services Manager will read any correspondence received from the public.
Mayor Lawrence, we received some comments from the public. This is from Vicky Cuddy and Sean Cuddy. As we are neighbors, I do just want to get along. I see he has grandchildren, and I'm sure we will all connect down at the beach with my grandchildren. It will be nice if we can all just cooperate and enjoy our lives on such a beautiful spot that we have. I wish them well and look forward to checking out their shop. However, we are not wanting a plane hangar and boat launch in our backyard. They were overheard a couple times stating that they want to have a plane business down there. If you go to Nobby's and look at the water, you see the contaminants floating all in the water. That will be in our water and right down to Second Sandy. We do not want our grandchildren playing in that. I have leukemia in remission and do not want to be in that. Also, our yearly duck family and our pets drink that water. We have a lot of water activities here. SUP users, swimmers, kayakers, kids on floaties, windsurfers. That is why we bought here, to pay, we pay higher taxes for the peace, the get-togethers, the privacy, our property values will deeply. Taking guests out on their planes to resorts, how is the gear getting up and down from the beach? Now it will be vehicles in the front yard and now in our backyard too. No peace, nowhere to retreat after a hard day at work. Why can't they take their guests out from Deception Landing where there is a dock and big parking lot for their guest vehicles? 10 minutes out of town. Or there are other spots people use for their planes here. This is great that a bait shop is going there again. We all look forward to shopping there, but it does not need an airplane hangar or boat launch to be a viable business. We are taxpayers also and should have a chance to have our peace and quiet after a hard work week. This is going to be busy enough in our front yards. They sell signs, no to nuclear waste. We say no to contamination in our play area and our homes. This is a matter of want, not need. Anyways, again, we wish them well. This is nothing against them as people or as neighbors. We just don't need this in our backyards. Thank you, the residents along Highway 70. And we received comments from Reg Clace. To the municipality of Sioux Lookout Development Services Manager, I would like it documented and noted on the February 21st, 2024 council meeting that road allowance lot sale and development should not go forward as the buyer has proposed for numerous reasons. In fact, an environmental impact study assessment should be completed due to the fact that it is a habit area for fish, birds, clams, and many other freshwater life in the area. Let's not ignore the proximity of the public beach that is used daily in spring and summer months by many community members. The access to the waterfront has always been shoreline allowance due to the amount of people on shore in summer months, which possesses a huge safety risk to anyone who wants to swim or paddleboard, use the public beach in any way. Having a flyout service of any kind near a public beach should never be considered. The increased risk of fuel contamination, garbage, and many other risks from the increased traffic in air and beach, etc., has not even been in consideration. This is not an area that has flight approval for planes, as all others have water landing strips. There is no proper area to support the proposed future lots, as the frontage is only 66 feet deep and the purchase lot is not showing proper measurements to sustain any type of shore traffic. Besides the safety issues of traffic trying to access said property when there is not commercial turning lane or proper area for tourist traffic, the property does not have sufficient driveway for parking or even able to support tourist traffic. There are questions pertaining to the septic system location, capacity, date of field, and environmental impact to said waterway if septic is used for tourist traffic or future lot development. Full feasibility study and impact study to the public access beach and impact to the neighbors needs to be considered. Septic systems should not be grandfathered in and must meet the requirements of the bylaws of the municipality and Northern Health Unit to be able to sustain tourist outfitters flyout posts. I'm not in support of the sale of the shorelands and increased air traffic with high potential risk to public beach. We have very limited outdoor resources for our families to attend together. And I fear that having a flyout service so close to a public beach imposes a higher than average risk of contamination from said business, Clark Plains and Tourist. And last, there's a comments from Norm Arpin and Linda Boria. Mr. Brakeman, I would like to say that this proposed closing and sale is not a very good idea due to the fact that there are those of us who are retired and would not appreciate being woken up at early hours of the morning. There are both adults and children that play down at the beach, and that could be dangerous and unhealthy for those of us who have lived here for numerous years. We are 2 houses away from this request from the new owner, and it would definitely impact us. We do not want any planes or boats continuously coming and going from the area. We truly hope this will not happen and that you understand where we come from with this communication deal. I look forward to attending the notice of public hearing and sincerely hope this will not be processed as requested. Thank you, Frank.
Thank you. is the applicant or a representative is invited to speak to the application. Is the applicant present? Wish to speak? Do you wish to speak?
Yeah, you bet.
Would you please step forward and take the mic and state your name and go ahead.
My name is Wayne Clark, Clark's Resorts and Outposts. And I'm able to speak here today and appreciate the concerns of neighbors, and I hope get this same turnout at our grand opening on Saturday. So Clark's Outpost, we are the largest outpost company in probably Northwest Ontario. We have 30 fly-in outposts, 2 drive-through camps. This will be our 5th store. So if I was going to, we have a huge base over on the 105 highway. If I was going to run our tourists out of this location, I would need a parking lot probably half the size of Walmart, because I always have about 100 vehicles in our parking lot. So I don't think that's going to happen on our 52-foot wide lot where we are. That's just foolish. So that's not our intention. We're opening up a bait tackle shop there and gift shop. And we come to town here, we fix up the building. It's going to be, we'll make sure it's the pride of the community. And we'll hire all local people, which we've already done. And our intentions are for the lakefront property. There's 2 reasons we need it. We're probably going to need to obtain water from the lake for our business, and we have no well there. And the other reason is we need a dock there so that we can. Our main business is live bait. So we have a base over on Cedar Lake, which is kind of like a horseshoe. If you drive there, it's kind of like going around a horseshoe coming back and meeting yourself. So we're only like 20 minutes away by airplane to bring bait. So that's going to be, we have to bring bait here probably 3 times a week. So the reason for the dock is we're going to come there probably 3 times, I'm just guessing, 3 times a week to bring bait with a small airplane. Now I have 12 airplanes in our fleet. We're not going to bring 12 airplanes over here to a 52-foot frontage with 1 dock. So our only intention is to bring a plane over maybe 3 times a week to deliver our minnows, because it's too far to drive them around the big loop there. And that's we're not planning on any fueling station there. We're not putting any gas down there or anything like that. That's not going to happen. There's no reason for doing that. It's just a bait and tackle and gift shop, like previously was there. It ran for, I don't know, maybe 30 years. I don't know how long that place was there. 30 years, and in that 30-year time, somebody should have asked questions about the septic field at that time. If that was being used for 30 years without any problem. Now we're using it. We closed the 2 bathrooms, the public bathrooms on the outside. We closed those down. I opened up 1 private bathroom on the inside for our staff. Our minnows water, our minnow tanks are self-contained, so there's no discharge as far as no water running into any septic system rock. So there's very, very minimal use on that, hardly anything on that septic system right now. So it seems to be working fine right now. So I don't see any problem with that, but there's no big things happening there. I don't know what else I can say to convince people. We're going to put a dock there and airplane coming in there. I mean, there must be other docks on the lake that people work around. I haven't looked on the lake yet, but there must be some other people have docks besides us. And there's other airplanes on the dock on the lake too, I think, around here. So but we're not bringing all our big airplanes in here to do anything big. We're just going to bring a small airplane in here. We land out in the lake. We taxi in quietly. It's very safe. We dock and load our minnows. We taxi out. We don't hit the throttle right at the dock and make a big ruckus or anything. Taxi out there responsibly, and away we go again. So Yeah, as far as the, the parking and in the front, I mean, that spot's been there for a long time operating on that location. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna be that busy. It's just a, gas, there's not a gas station up there, it's just a bait and tackle shop, so I don't think it's gonna be anything crazy going on there, yeah. And, yeah, we built 2 signs there too. I put up 2 signs there to kind of direct the parking to keep them in the front of our place. They're out there right now. I did that to try to help out the neighbors. And, yeah, so we'll do everything we can to work with people. That's what we do. I mean, yeah, we're not, we wouldn't be in business if we, yeah, as long as we hadn't been working with people over the years, so.
Thank you.
Anybody got any questions, Renee?
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Well, you might just stay there for a moment.
Okay, yeah.
We'll move to the next section, which is questions from members of council. Council, questions? Councillor Timpson.
That's a technical question. Is there any bylaw that requires a person with a plane to be able to land it at their property? It seemed to me there's not, but correct me if I'm wrong on that. The second thing is, how would the purchase of the shoreline make any difference? I mean, even if they could land their plane there, you could land it even though you didn't own the shoreline. Am I correct on that?
Yeah, we're going to go through, the CIO.
I'll defer this to our manager of development services.
Thank you.
Mayor Lawrence, so no, there is no bylaws in place for landing planes on the lake. The lake would be considered crown lands and kind of under the purview of the MNRF. On regards to not owning the shoreline, just in recent discussions with the MNRF, you don't have to own the shoreline in order to put a dock out there and utilize like the lake itself. It's just the limitations would be if one day you want to build a sauna or some kind of structure there that you need to own the shoreline.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, so basically, with or without the shoreline, you could go ahead with this. We think, is that correct?
Mayor Lawrence, based on what I've discussed with them, it's
Any other council questions? Councillor Timpson.
Just another comment. It would seem to me that there needs to be a meeting with the neighbors and business just to sort out, the facts of the situation, and I would like to see something like that happen. Because, I mean, I can understand their fears. I think that would be good for your business if you all sat down and just chat about it.
Yeah, I think, I really honestly, from what I said right now, I honestly don't know what else there is to chat about, what I'm doing. I'm upfront with what I'm doing with the property, and the reason, I have to have a dock there, and you have to have a dock there, and actually it's so shallow there, you could never get the problem with that property is it's gonna be a challenge, even putting it, I have to build a fairly long dock because it's so shallow there. But I'll do whatever I have to do, because I can't get a plane into the shoreline, it'd be impossible, it just, you get stuck in the mud, you could be out to walk in the water, so I do need a dock there. And I'd rather buy the frontage, most people do own the frontage on most of their lake property. I'd rather have it, for the future, if I do want to put a boathouse or something there, a small building there, store stuff there or something. I'd rather have that property than not, so, but yeah, as far as, I'm totally upfront with everything, there's not much to really discuss. I've talked to the neighbors already, on both sides of me and try to listen to their concerns and, I'm willing to work with you and stuff, but I'm really not doing anything big or changing anything for,
Council Councilman.
Do the neighbors also own their shoreline? Do they on either side?
Through Mayor Lawrence, from the information we have, no, they don't. Some do along that way, but some don't.
So there can never be a road there, basically, because some people own it's patchwork, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilor Van Gruy.
Is there a bylaw on noise? restriction. I know that past 11 p.m. you can't be loud, but if you were to fly the plane, would it only be from 10 a.m. to 12 or 12 to 4 or something?
Well, I don't think we want to get into the noise thing because I have a loud dog on both sides of our property. Yeah, drives me nuts. So I wasn't gonna bring that up, but if we do have to talk about noise, then we're gonna have to address these two dogs that are one on each side of it.
So perhaps I'll let the Development Services Manager answer the question about noise control.
Mayor Lawrence, there is a noise bylaw. I can't speak to the specifics of it, but I know there is a noise bylaw.
CEO, do you have any detail?
Through Mayor Lawrence, yes, there are requirements in the noise bylaw, that applies to all residents and businesses. Off the top of my head, I think it's, no, unjustifiable noise between, 11 p.m. and, 7 a.m., I believe it is, during the week, and slightly longer period, shorter period on the weekend. But yes, there is a noise bylaw and it does address those types of concerns.
Councilor David.
Would there be a permit issued to build the dock?
Mayor Lawrence, that depends on the, I guess, the type of foundation for the dock. They might require an M&R.
The current zoning for the property is what?
Mayor Lawrence, it's highway commercial.
And I guess, most of the properties along there highway commercial or not?
Mayor Lawrence, no, it does become highway commercial when you get towards the lamplighter there. The highway side of those properties are all highway commercial before it's drive side of the.
So what the proponent has talked about doing, building a dock and having a float plane come in, is there anything that prohibits against that?
Mayor Lawrence, no, not at this time.
Council, any questions? We'll move on to the next section then, questions from members of the public. Members of the public are invited to speak to the application. The public can ask questions of clarification or seek background information, speak in support of the application, or speak in opposition to the application. All questions will be directed through the chair. It is requested that only one question be asked at a time. Please identify yourself before you ask your question so that you can be properly recorded in the minutes of the hearing. Are there any members of the public present who wish to speak to the application? Please step forward, speak to the mic, state your name.
System. Eric K. and Robbie Beige. As far as they know, they have not once been there to pump out the septic system, right back to the days when it was the White Bull restaurant. And if it hasn't been pumped out, what's the condition of it? And nobody seems to know the location of the septic system. And the other question is about, as everybody stated, a couple of people stated about the birds and the animals on the waterfront, it being a habitat area for the spawning of certain fish and the breeding of the ducks and such. And even one airplane. Any member here discuss with me and tell me there's one airplane that doesn't drip oil or fuel anytime it's parked on the water. I've lived here for 70 years. I've been through Hooker Air, Pan Am Air, all of them. And wherever the water base was, there was always a water contamination from the fuel. So possibly to avoid the contamination at the right next door to the public beach, would it not be possible for the airplanes to land at a designated airway spot like Sleep Falls, Magic Air, places like that to unload their product, and then it's only run to deliver the minerals to the meat shop? So, That's my concern.
Thank you. The Development Services Manager, septic systems are controlled by which agency?
Mayor Lawrence, it's the Northwest Health.
So, and what's the municipality's relationship to septic systems?
Mayor Lawrence, for, for new installations with new builds, we would require just a certificate of completions. For existing systems, if there's like a major change of use or something, we're gonna ask for some confirmation that the system is adequate for the use. In this scenario, it appears to be the same use that it was before. And nothing has been brought forward to us regarding the septic system or something like that.
With regard to shoreline life, ducks, fish, etc., I'm gonna guess that's under MNRF's purview.
Yes, so through you, Mayor Lawrence, so the MNRF, when we did our zoning bylaw, the update and stuff, they provide mapping of all the confidential values, they call it nowadays, because they can't specifically identify. And this is not an area listed in the confidential values area.
But if a dock is being put in that requires a permit, the permit is from MNRF, not the municipality. So,
Mayor Lawrence, yes.
taking that clarification, Mr. Claes, I understand, I've heard what you've said, but most of the things you've said don't fall under the purview of the municipality. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Well, one more time, are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Hearing or seeing none, we'll move on to conclusion and right of appeal process. This is a public hearing convened under the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 to close part of a road allowance at the location described below pursuant to sections 8 and 9 of the Municipal Act 2001 to authorize the sale of the lands to the owners of the abutting lands. The subject lands are locally known as 438 Highway 72 and are legally known as Plan M291, part lot 4, parcel 18,345. There is no appeal process. Shoreline road allowance closure and sale. Recommended motion, public hearing, the council receives the manager of development services report dated February 21, 2024, respecting the road allowance closure and sale. Application for the shoreline road allowance adjacent to Wayne and Kayla Clark's property at 438 Highway 72, Sioux. So that would be CAO, a receipt of the report.
Yes, that's correct.
And then what, after receipt, what happens?
Then at the regular council meeting, I will ask council if they wish to add this item to the agenda for a decision. That's typically what happens.
Okay, thank you. So with that motion, the recommended motion to receive it, is there a mover? Councilor Lego, seconder. Councilor Costco, all in favor of receiving the report? Thank you. Bylaw number 1524, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Corporation of Municipalities of Sioux, February 21, 2024, public hearing, be read a first, second, and third time and passed. Moved by Councilor Boone, seconded by Councilor Van Breda. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And that's the conclusion of the public hearing. I'll call the regular council meeting of February 21st to order at 5:57 p.m. Give a moment for the people to leave. Oh, but I did ask what the process was, and people heard. CAO clerk, are the amendments to the agenda?
Mayor Lawrence, I have that will be adding item 7.10, road allowance closure and sale. That I just discussed at the public hearing in council solutions. As well, if that item is added, we will also have to add bylaw number 11-24 under section 10, the list of bylaws.
11, did you say 24?
11-24.
Motion that the agenda for the regular council meeting of February 21, 2024 be approved as amended. Moved by Councillor Costco, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. All in favor? Carried. I said to myself, pause when you look right. I also read recently how names are one of the things that the human mind at any age, by the way, this is probably in relation to something else, but one is the most difficult for the human mind to recollect, mix up. So I only put that out as a part apology and excuse me. Declarations of pecuniary interest.
Junior ones, I have none.
Thank you. We have some minutes to adopt. The minutes of the January 17th, 2024 and December 13th, 2023 regular council meeting minutes be approved as presented. Moved by Councillor Van Breda, seconded by Councillor Bowen. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. And a motion to receive minutes of the January 4th, 2024 Environment Committee meeting and the October 3rd, 2023 Committee of Adjustment and Consent Granting Authority meeting minutes be received. Moved by Councillor Lego, seconded by Councillor Van Breda. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Motion to receive the December 21st, 2023 District of Kenora Home for the Aged Board meeting minutes. Moved by Councillor Van Breda, seconded by Councillor Bowman. Any discussion? Councillor Timpson.
It's not related to this so much, but I wish I had asked them, Katie, I mean, why do they keep calling home for the age? Because there's all kinds of young people in long-term care. Anyways, that's beside the point.
Thank you. Are there any to the point comments on the minutes? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you. Determination of items requiring separate discussion. So we'll go through them. 7.1, the 20, this one's going, I guess we have a delegation. Do we lift this or?
I would recommend to you, everyone, I'd recommend lifting it until the presentation of the August financial statements.
So we'll lift 7.1. 7.2, EV charging stations. Yes, Councillor Van Breda, Councillor Cassidy. 7.3, Infrastructure Ontario financing of capital works, Valentin Street and First Avenue project. Mr. Timpson. Ontario Trillium Foundation funding application, fitness center, item 7.4, Councillor Legal. Item 7.5, Infrastructure Ontario Capital Works 8th Avenue Infrastructure Project. Timpson. Item 7.6, Infrastructure Ontario financing of ongoing capital works, Hillcrest Development Project, Bigwood Service Extension Project, 3rd Avenue Front Street Project. Item 7.7, returning NOHFC intern funding. Something we decided to rescind that bylaw. Item 7.8, for designated reduced load period, the highway service designation applies and related requirements. Councillor Lego. 7.9, alcohol sales in Sioux. And item 7.10, road allowance. The one that was, that's 7.10. Very good. So in a nutshell, we have lifted everything except 7.6 and 7.7. Correct? Good. So adoption of items not requiring separate discussion would be a motion to adopt items 7.6 and 7.7. Moved by Councillor Lego, seconded by Councillor Costco. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. And now we move to delegations, is that correct? And we have two delegations tonight. The first one is the presentation of the 2022 consolidated audited financial statements. And we'll just wait a moment while you do them in. Yeah. Standing by. Senator General. Sit up. So, welcome, our auditors are online, and why don't you, Treasurer, did you want to introduce them, or how are we doing this? Thank you.
Mayor Lawrence, tonight, we have Richard and Judy from Grant Thornton. Richard was one of our main auditors for auditing the 2022 financial statements, along with Judy is overseeing the process.
So, auditors, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you very much. So what I'm going to do first is share my screen just so that everyone can see our report. So then we're going to be starting off with two documents. One is going to be our audit results package to start, and the other one is going to be then the financial statements to go through the numbers. So we're going to go ahead and start with first going through the package. I'm just going to confirm whether Judy is active in the call. Okay, let me just share my screen. Can you just let me know if you can see that on the screen?
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Apologies. Judy's just having some seems like some technical issues on that on our end. So I'll go ahead and just kind of start it off, and hopefully she'll be able to jump in and do her presentation. So the main reason for this report that you see here essentially is to really just make it very clear to council in terms of what the purpose of this report is and the scope of it. And really it's just there to develop two-way communication and also meet some of the requirements that come when we complete a year-end audit in terms of giving you the results of what we've found, what the end result is, and then essentially our auditor's report. So the deliverables for these reports essentially is the consolidated financial statements for the municipality for 2022, including the library and the trust as well. Today, when we go through our presentation, we're going to primarily focus on the municipality, but it's to my understanding that council has received the library and trust funds in advance as well. With that being said, we also assist management in the preparation of the financial statements. These are ultimately management's financial statements, so they take responsibility over there, but we made sure that at the end of the day, the presentation was within the standards of the scope. And then last but not least, the preparation of the financial information return. So at this point in time, what I'll say is for the status of the audit is substantially complete. There's just a few more things that need to happen. There's some signed documentation we'll require from Carly and Brian. Similarly, we'll need the approval of the consolidated financial statements by the members of council, which will also include the approval of the library and the trust. As well, we're just in the process of getting the final sign off from our national group in regards to the internal consultation procedures regarding a restatement of prior year comparative figures. And last but not least, just some ending procedures regarding subsequent events. So I'll continue on. So in terms of the approach, there's a document in the back of this that goes through our standard approach. But when we do an audit, one thing I always like to let council know is that it's never 100% verification. What we do is we look for something known as reasonable assurance, which means that we're looking for a basis of if there's any misstatements over a certain threshold that might misguide management's council's understanding of the figures and the numbers. So really, we fish where the fish are, essentially, in that sense. So with that being said, one new item that did come into play was CAS 315. And this is essentially just a requirement for us to have to enhance some of our documentation and procedures. So this involves some more understanding of your IT systems and other elements as well. And this does result in a one-time fee that we've noted to management, but essentially it's just something that was required by our professional body to enhance further. So it's just noted here in this report. Getting into the audit risks and results, one of the things that we do is when we start our audit is we assess where are the risks in the engagement, what do we need to focus on. In this case here, one of the elements that our firm focused on highly is some of the economic environment changes that are happening. Now, for some organizations, this could be different impacts such as supply constraints, fluctuations in demand for different products and supplies, inflation, labor shortages. So one of the things that we did is when we started our audit, we had the conversation with management to really understand if there's any significant impacts that are happening as a result of this that would require any form of adjustments within the financial statements. Through discussions with management and our understanding from our planning, nothing has come to our attention that would require any form of adjustments associated around these considerations. However, management has noted that certain costs have increased that have impacted obviously the organization in different ways, as well as potential staff shortages and other elements too, but nothing that would impact the financial statements from that end. Some of the larger significant transactions that you'll see when we go through the financial statements is tangible capital assets had quite a bit of activity in the year. So during the year, the municipality, airport, and library had multiple capital additions totaling about 4.7 million, of which 4.1 million of it related to assets under construction. So, for example, 2.5 million related to the Wellington and First intersection work that's being done, and about another $815,000 related to development sites and some other ongoing projects. So you can see the amounts of the additions that are recognized there in the year. With that being said, what we've done is we reviewed the capital additions and any disposals that are recorded by management at the end of the year. We tested the significant additions to ensure that they've been appropriately recorded and recognized and being amortized in line with your accounting policies. And we have not noted any concerns or issues from that point. Government transfers in this case tend to always be a bigger ticket item for the municipality. So in this case, government transfers accounted for about $5.4 million of the revenues for the municipality. Significant government transfers are recognized as OMPF funding for about 1.5 million, ISIP for about 1.6, which was directly relating to the capital project with Wellington and First intersection. And NOHFC and FedNor for about $846,000 as it relates to the waterfront and Bigwood project. So in this case here, you can see essentially what the province of Ontario funds were that were earned, Government of Canada, and there's still some deferred funds that we'll speak to a little bit later on. When we look at government transfers, one of the first things we do is look at all of the government transfers that have been received by the municipality in the year. And we select specific ones that are larger in nature or more complex to understand what's this grant about and what is it really supporting and benefiting to the municipality. So we look at the grant agreements, we confirm the cash inflows, and then we look at the expenditures, whether they're operating or capital in nature, to ensure at the end of the day that they are appropriately recognized within the grant agreement based on the stipulations. One thing we will note, and we'll see this later on, is that there was one non-trivial and adjusted misstatement that was identified within the testing of government transfers. So we'll speak to that a little bit later on. But otherwise than that one non-trivial misstatement, everything else was aligned in terms of your accounting policies and our public sector accounting standards. And then we didn't identify any form of management bias in any of the financial reporting there. Significant risks are risks that we identify in the area that, based on the municipality's specific structure and specific elements of your management team, things that we've identified need a little bit more focus and attention. So, for example, one of the things we recognize in any of our audits is really the fraud risk of revenue recognition. There's a lot of different forms of revenue that the municipality recognizes, such as government transfers, where there may be stipulations. And so there is technically a risk of fraud risk from revenue recognition when it comes down to grants. And there's a risk that the surplus grant revenue received will not be repaid by recognizing fictitious or ineligible expenditures. So this is where we spend quite a bit of time looking at government transfers in details to, again, make sure that when we select our samples and transactions, we are essentially picking transactions that management may not expect us to pick. So there's an element of random sampling and sampling of larger items. So this was there to address our fraud risk from revenue recognition, and we have no exceptions to note. The other thing we note as well is that management Normally, someone like a treasurer in Carly's position would not necessarily have access to the financial accounting system in whole. In some situations, someone like a treasurer would only have access to view the financial reporting and then provide guidance to the team that's preparing it. Again, this is something that can't be helped. We recognize this is a segregation of duties issue, and really what this is there for is that we're recognizing Carly has access to a lot of different information and abilities. So we recognize the fact that there's a lack of restricted access to certain programs and data. Senior financial personnel responsible for financial reporting have the ability to make journal entries in the system, and that there's no formal comprehensive policies and procedures around journal entries. So essentially what we do is we look at any journal entries that are posted by certain individuals like Carly and others that might be indicative of something unusual that we wouldn't normally see, that are outside the standard journal entries posted. And so we focus on entries posted at year end, focused on any type of revenue recognition, and any impacts directly to cash that might be definitive of potential fraud. And through that testing, we have no exceptions to note there. The other question that we ask of management is whether or not there's any indication of fraud or illegal acts. So we go through the process of having the conversations and really identifying if there's anything that we need to be concerned of. And when we had the conversations with management, there was no identification of any fraud or illegal acts, and nothing has come to our attention that indicates any director, officer, or senior employee may have a conflict in the responsibilities of the municipality that would indicate the potential opportunity for fraud or illegal acts that would have could potentially happen. So nothing to note there. Under our accounting practices, we note accounting estimates. And in this case, this is different items on your financial statements where there isn't necessarily an invoice that we can go to. We really need to basically take a step back, have conversations with management, and really understand their process of how they determine these estimates. Now, some of these estimates are supported through different things. Allowance for doubtful accounts, for example, as you can see there is in the tune of just over $1.5 million. That's an estimate that management provides us by reviewing outstanding taxes receivable and really identifying to us which ones are considered uncollectible based on the timing, any issues associated with collection from there. The landfill closure and post-closure liability relates to the estimated liability associated with your current landfill site. So at the end of the day, we understand and know based on information provided by management what usage has happened with the landfill site, and then the application of inflation is applied to it as well as present valuing. So this is one, for example, where management supports the different inputs with it, but ultimately, again, is an estimate that is supported by management. And employee future benefits is a number actually that's being supported by an external management expert known as Dixon Actuarial Services that evaluate essentially as of December 31st, 2022, what would the cost to basically pay out the future employee benefits be at that point in time? So again, these are all estimates where there needs to be a little bit more professional judgment. And so we assessed all these considerations for reasonability and challenge management's assumptions just to ensure that they were appropriate and following the accounting policies as set by the municipality. And through our testing, no management bias has been identified through our discussions and no concerns to note there. The one area that we will note, and so my understanding is this has been communicated with council already, but there was a correction of a prior period adjustment. And we'll speak more to it later on, but essentially the matter talks about in note 1 that there was an issue within regards to the recognition of a transfer between two bank accounts as of last year, which then has impacted the income statement. So when we go through the financial statements, the numbers for the prior year have been changed, and there's a note that discusses it. Really, the impact of this error resulted in an overstatement of $1.2 million in cash and cash equivalents and an overstatement of government transfers as well. As a result, the December 31st figures have been presented for comparative purposes and restated so that they were accurately reflected. So moving on to the adjustments and uncorrected misstatements. So these adjustments that you see here are essentially adjustments that through our testing, we've recommended for management to post within their financial accounting system so that it aligns. So there's different entries here, such as the adjustment for the landfill liability, adjustment for federal gas tax activity to actual, reconciliation of reserve and reserve funds, Sioux Lookout hydro activity recognition, adjustments to the employee future benefits, adjustments for intercompany accounts, and adjustments to align citywide information. So essentially what these numbers at the bottom here identify is that as a result of our recommended adjustments, these are the impacts that essentially have happened to the financial accounting records of the municipality for the 2022 year-end audit. So as a result of our work, your annual surplus decreased by about 416,000. Your accumulated surplus and reserves have been impacted by 429, liabilities by 73,000, and assets by 87. So these are adjustments that management will post in the accounting system to align with the final figures of the audit. There was one misstatement that we have identified associated with the Public Library Board, which just really relates down to the future employee benefits, adjusting it to actual, and there was no misstatements to note in the trust funds. Within regards to uncorrected misstatements, these are items that are not material to the financial statements, meaning that they don't have an impact on our opinion. However, we did want to bring it to the attention of council as they are larger in nature. So one of the things that we've identified is that there was a recording of a reversing impact of payments that were made to the Chamber of Commerce that were paid in 22, but should have been accrued and payable as of December 31st, 2021. And we'll speak to that a little bit more later on as well. Similarly, as well, there was capital asset activity that was recognized in the prior year where a receivable should have been set up associated with the grant funds receivable. However, the receivables and the revenue associated with that project were not recorded until the current year, which, again, normally as a result would consider whether or not there should be an impact to the prior year. But in total, these two impacts net each other out, where really there's only a $301,000 potential difference there. So management has not posted these differences as a result that at the end of the year, this all reconciles so that going forward, it will not be an issue. And we have no unadjusted non-trivial differences to note with the Public Library Board or the trust funds. And we have no summary of disclosure matters, meaning that the disclosures that are included in your financial statements align with what is required within the standards. Other reportable matters we have essentially is around internal control. Again, one of our requirements or one of the things that we do is we have to obtain an understanding of your internal controls over your financial reporting process to determine the appropriate procedures, planning, timing, etc. So we don't express an opinion on the effectiveness of these internal controls. However, if throughout the process of our audit we identify that there is some items, for example, that we believe management should focus on enhancing or changing some certain procedures, we'll note it here. So, for example, the segregation of duties in reserve and reserve fund reconciliation are common items that were on the internal control letter last year. There's 3 additional ones that were added around year-end cutoff, government transfers, and expenditure accruals that we'll talk about shortly in Appendix D. And in terms of cybersecurity, we always bring this point up with our clients. At the end of the day, we always encourage that council asks questions of management in terms of how are they ensuring cybersecurity with in regards to records and other information. One of the things that we find is once a client gets hit or something happens, unfortunately, the damage is done and it takes a lot of time to kind of repair, which can have a lot of reputational risk to the municipality. So with cybersecurity, we just encourage the conversation with management and council to ensure that there are cybersecurity measures in place and that information is being protected. The other element that we note here as well is our fees. So again, we are under a tender process. So what we've identified is the current year fees that are associated here. One of the things we will note is that there are considerations of potential out-of-scope services for work and reconciliations that have been performed for the completion of the audit. At this point in time, we haven't calculated what that amount is. However, will be reflected on the final invoice for the work done for the 2022 year-end audit. And the last piece here I'll note is just our independence. One of the things we need to ensure for the sake of our work and council is that we maintain our independence throughout the beginning of the audit all the way to the end. So we have no identification of any threats to our independence. And as a result, we confirm that the independence of our engagement team members is still intact from the beginning of it. So we have no matters to bring to your attention regarding independence. In terms of the technical updates, and I think this is a key consideration for the 2023 year-end audit, is that there are some changes that are happening within the public sector accounting world. And one of the biggest ones that we've already had conversations with management on are around the asset retirement obligations. I won't get into too much detail here, but essentially this will be a new line item that will be appearing on your financial statements in the future. Essentially for any buildings, land that are owned by the municipality, if there is any potential liability there, such as asbestos in a building, lead paint, anything that by law is dictated to essentially need to be resolved, there has to be a dollar amount attributed to what that cost may be. So the conversation has already happened with management where they're identifying which properties may potentially have asbestos or other considerations. And we'll work with management to ensure that that is being reflected accordingly within the standards in the upcoming 2023 year end. In terms of the assurance side, I've talked about CAS 315 earlier and the fact that we had to enhance a lot of our documentation. So this just required us to have more conversations with management, upscale some of our documentation from the prior years, and build up on some of those details. I won't go through Appendix A just because Appendix A is really just our overview and approach talking about what processes we follow associated with this in terms of the audit, the role of counsel, role of management, and the role of Grant Thornton. So really, I won't focus much in terms of our processes because it speaks for itself in terms of the report. The one thing I will note here is that technically the municipality is considered a group audit. And the reason for it is because we recognize that there's the Public Library Board, there's the airport operations, and also Sioux Lookout Hydro Inc. So in terms of these processes, although, for example, in the Sioux Lookout Public Library, we perform a separate audit, this is consolidated within the financial statement. So we assess what type of work needs to be completed to get comfort with it. For example, with Sioux Lookout Hydro, as BDO Canada is involved in it, we have to assess the processes and procedures that they went through to ensure that we can rely on their information to pick up the Sioux Lookout municipality's portion of investment with that organization. And the last thing I'll just note here is under materiality. So when we talk about our opinion, if there were to be any misstatements above these specific numbers for the respective corporations, this would lead us to potentially modify our opinion from an unqualified to a qualified opinion. So the materiality for this municipality Sioux Lookout was 1,285,000. The Public Library Board was 11,000, and the trust funds were 5,000. So again, in terms of some of the adjustments we've considered, if there weren't misstatements above those amounts, we wouldn't recommend management to adjust them. Some of these adjustments we've done are annual adjustments that management wants us to do. However, in reality, if there were any misstatements above this threshold this year, that would have an impact on our opinion unless management made the necessary adjustment to ensure it's in accordance with the process of the audit. So I'll take a moment here to pass it to Judy to talk about the independent auditors report, as this is truly what we're really being engaged by the team to do, is to provide our opinion in terms of whether or not the financial statements present fairly. So Judy, I'll let you take it from here and just kind of walk council through this one.
Thanks, Richard. Sorry, I was having headset issues at the beginning. I couldn't hear anything. So in terms of the audit report, I'm not going to read it word for word, but I just wanted to walk through sort of what an audit is and what an audit isn't. So when we audit the financial statements, we audit for what we call reasonable assurance. We don't audit for absolute assurance because you'll actually never get absolute assurance because you still can't audit what's not there. We also audit for what we call a material misstatement. So as Richard just mentioned, materiality plays a role in terms of the level of work that we do. So when we look at the audit, we want to make sure that we have reasonable procedures to detect a material misstatement. So as you can see from the unadjusted misstatements, if there was a misstatement of $500,000, for example, that we were aware of, we would report it to council. But if it's not material to the users of the financial statements and it won't change the decision making of the users, then it would not be considered material and we would report it and still give a clean audit opinion. However, if we had misstatements, let's say of $2 million, excuse me, and that's considered material. And if we had that level of misstatement, we would first ask management to make the corrections. And if for whatever reason management didn't want to make a correction on a material amount like that, then we would actually change our audit opinion. So we're auditing for reasonable assurance of a material misstatement. When we do the audit planning, we sort of do some brainstorming and we identify areas of risk. And our approach is to spend more of our audit efforts in areas of higher risk, and Richard walked through some of those. And we spend less of our efforts in areas of lower risk. So we balance the audit with a risk-based approach. We also use various techniques throughout the audit. So on some account balances, we might look at a trend analysis compared to prior years and compared to budget. On some other accounts or series of accounts, we might look at scope and test items over a specific dollar scope. In some other accounts, we might put the population into the computer and let the computer pick a sample and we do sample testing. So depending on the risk of the account balance and the risk of material misstatement, we have different responses. We don't audit every dollar. We don't audit every account or every transaction that goes through the books. Also, when we audit, we look at your internal controls sufficient to decide how we're going to audit certain areas. But this opinion is not on your controls. It's strictly an opinion on the financial statements. Although, as Richard mentioned, we do report internal control deficiencies in our report to council, but this is not an opinion on your controls. And in terms of the scope of the work that we do assist management in preparing the financial statements and the related note disclosures, but really the responsibility for the financial statement rests with management. Grant Thornton's responsibility is to audit the financial statements and issue the audit report, and council's responsibility is oversight for financial reporting and approving these financial statements. So all this boils down to our opinion, which I'll read as follows. In our opinion, the accompanying consolidated financial statements present fairly, in all material respects, the financial position of the corporation of the municipality of Sioux Lookout as at December 31st, 2022, and its results of its operations, its changes in its net financial assets, and its cash flows for the year then ended in accordance with the Canadian public sector accounting standards. In other words, it is a clean audit report. Pass it back to Richard.
Thank you. So the remainder of the report, just a couple more sections before we look at the financial statements in a little bit more detail. The management representation letter that's attached to this report is really what we're expecting management to sign. It's basically representing to us that they have not withheld any information from us during the audit, and the information they have provided to us is factual and not misleading us in terms of the work or our opinion. So this is a document that Brian and Carly will be signing and providing to us on Sioux Lookout's letterhead, just to verify that there has been no information that has been withheld from us or misleading. The internal control letter here really, again, as we mentioned, is any type of deficiencies that we may have identified. Again, one of the things we recognize is that there is a segregation of duties issues in the sense that normally to have a proper structure within a finance group, there would be one individual who, in some considerations would be Carly, where she wouldn't have access to the accounting system and be able to make certain entries and changes. However, we're aware that, due to the size and the nature of the municipality, being able to hire that kind of a structure of a team doesn't make sense and may not be feasible or cost effective. So at the end of the day, we recognize the fact that there are compensating controls in place associated with this. And when we perform our audit procedures and our planning, we account for the fact that there's this risk present, and we perform the necessary procedures to get comfort around this potential risk. So we just essentially encourage council to ask questions if there's any concerns around financial figures or anything that management's providing that just doesn't quite click. Continue to ask those questions, continue to make sure you're involved in understanding what's happening with the financials. The other control deficiencies we've noted, this reserve and reserve fund reconciliation is a key consideration in the sense that when we've gone through the process of looking at the reserve and reserve funds, they weren't reconciling with specifically the account transfers to the general fund or reserves. And so as a result, this results in an additional work associated with trying to understand what is actually supposed to be recognized as a result of revenue versus what's a recognition as a result of a transfer to and from reserve funds. So one of the recommendation that we've made to management is to identify and segregate the accounts specifically for transfers used for transfers to and from reserve funds, and one that's used specifically different for other means. So that way there's no issues in terms of the reconciliation process. The next one is year-end cutoff, and this is specifically addressing the prior period adjustment piece where, during the audit, it was identified that a prior period error occurred as a result of a cutoff issue relating to a bank account. So in the prior year, it was noted that management did not reconcile a bank balance up to December 31st, but rather a statement cutoff date of December 29th. So in doing so, a significant adjustment was required in the current year to correct the prior year comparative figures presented in the consolidated statements. So the key thing here with the year-end cutoff is that we recommend that all bank transactions and or accruals recorded by management during the year-end close-off process be considered up to the very last day of the year-end, not necessarily when a statement is being cut off. The next one is government transfers, and this one is specifically as a result of the unadjusted difference we noted. But during the audit, an overstatement of revenue was identified relating to the recognition of government funds for the waterfront capital project that was supported by FEDNOR and NHFC. So going to the standards, we've made a reference here essentially saying that at the end of the day, once an obligation has been met in regards to a government transfer, although funds are not necessarily specifically recognized, with the receivable associated with those grants should be set up to recognize that you've met your obligation associated with the grant, to recognize that these funding agencies owe funds as a result of the work that's done. So as a result, we identified that there was government funds of about $665,000 more than project costs incurred in the current year. When we discussed it with management, a lot of the capital project work happened in the prior year as well, which is where the revenue or receivable should have been recognized as well. So that way they match from that end. So this is just providing a little bit further guidance in terms of, for any grants, for example, where funds are not received in advance, that once the obligations are met, those receivables and revenue should be recognized corresponding with the expenditures as well. In terms of expenditure accruals, this one specifically relates to the payments that were made directly to the Sioux Lookout Chamber of Commerce, and which included committed funds from 2020 and 2021 years. So technically, the standards note that a liability should be recognized in the statements in terms of a payable to another organization if there's an appropriate basis of measurement and the amount is reasonable to estimate. So in this case here, when it came down to the year end, the agreement between the municipality and the Sioux Lookout Chamber of Commerce didn't come effect until 2021. So although there was funds committed from 2020 and 2021, the reality is the terms in terms of what the municipality was willing and prepared to provide associated with the accommodation tax didn't come effect until 2021. However, the calculations in terms of the liability should have been recognized and recorded within the 2021 year once the agreement was finalized. So our audit procedures identified that expenditures of about $430,000 were paid directly to the Sioux Lookout Chamber of Commerce for the purpose of dispersing funds to qualified tourism and community-related events. Of that amount, $156,000 and $206,000 related to 2020 and 2021 respectively. In discussions with management, it was noted the funds were not distributed until 2022 as the agreement was not in place to support the amount transferred. Taking a look at the bylaw, as I mentioned, the signed agreement was dated on June 16, 2021. So as a result, these amounts in terms of the amount of 156 and 206 should have been recognized as an expense in the prior year and set up as a payable. And then the current year should have been only the amount associated with 2022. So in terms of expenditure accruals, we encourage management at year end to consider whether or not there's any accruals that, although the funds haven't been distributed, is there anything at this point in time that the municipality is committed to essentially cover in terms of payments for the Chamber of Commerce or any other means. So as a result, in our conclusions, we're just noting that our communications are limited to those deficiencies in terms of what we've identified to the audit. And again, these are here to help improve some of the controls that are within the municipality and to ensure that you're getting accurate financial reporting throughout the year to rely on. So as a result, those are just our internal control matters that we've identified. We've talked about cybersecurity already. This is just a little bit more detail in terms of considerations for council to have conversations with management or with ourselves if there's any key concerns or anything you'd like to bounce off us. Appendix F and G go on through the different accounting developments that are happening. So as I mentioned, one of the big ones that are coming up is the asset retirement obligations piece that will be applicable for the 2023 year-end audit. But I encourage management and council to ask any questions they may have regarding these developments because it might involve more work of management, and additional time for the audit in order to be able to accomplish what's required for the standards. So that ends the report to council. And like I said, I won't go through all the accounting and auditing developments because it's quite detailed. So I'll pause here for a moment just to see if there's any questions from council at this point in time before we move into the financial statements.
Just going over the accruals again. I know in 2020, 21, this is sort of a new account we set up. So when we collect the MAT tax in 2020, say 2023, we don't transfer that money till 2024. I'm asking our treasurer.
Within the agreement. Yeah. It's been. Then automatically transferred into reserve to then be determined from council as to how they wish to proceed with that.
But the second half.
The second half then for the year is given to the chamber at the beginning of the following year.
So what we're saying, you need to account for that in the previous year.
Yeah, so we did in 2023. We accounted for that. So the reason why the funds weren't transferred in 2021, in 2020 and 2021, one of the main reasons was because on the chamber end, we didn't have everything ready to be transferred over. They needed to have a separate bank account, certain things in place. And so those things were in place. So what the municipality did is we transferred all those funds into the MAT reserve into a completely separate bank account until such time the chamber and everything was fully ready to go with a separate bank account. And then that's why everything was transferred over.
So now that we know what the auditors are,
Everything now runs smoothly.
yeah.
Yeah.
So we know that we need to account for it now.
Yeah, so it was only because the agreement wasn't signed in 2020, so we held that money in a separate bank account until such time that the chamber was ready to receive those funds.
Yeah, but we would account, like for the second half, we would account for the money that we transfer in 2024. The second half of 2023, we would account for that in 2023. Is that what they?
It comes out of the reserve.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
all right. So
It doesn't-
that would cover what they want done from us.
It doesn't fall in our books for 2024 for the payments from.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay.
I just have one question, and it's just, it always surprises me, the materiality and how high it is, 1,285,000. Can you just speak briefly on that?
Absolutely. So in terms of the consideration of materiality, we look at various benchmarks in terms of what bases would be important for council, right? And then again, in this case, a big process that council goes through is budgeting out the expenditures for the year and the revenue. So when we determine our benchmark, essentially, our professional body recognizes what benchmarks are considered appropriate and what percentage is associated with it. So in this case here, the municipality's benchmark in the year was based off of total revenues, essentially. And then we reviewed the consideration of the budgeted revenues with the actual revenues at the end of the day to see if it was appropriate. In this case, I believe we based it on 2.5% at the time when we went through the process. Just recognizing at the end of the day that the max going to 3, is something we would do where we felt a high level of comfort, for example. So we lowered the consideration of materiality to 2.5%. But every year it can change depending on the results of the previous year-end audit, any changes that happen in the organization. So, although, for example, $1.2 million may seem high, the reality is that there's a lot of other transactions that happen, right? So we're taking the consideration of how much of a dollar figure would have to happen to impact the decisions of the municipality and council, I should say. And that's how that's determined. And every year we revisit this consideration based on your budget and then reflect on it when we see your actuals to determine whether or not we need to revise it further.
Thank you. I remain Chairman, Councilor Leggo.
Yeah, has there been changes on when financial statements need to be presented to council, considering this one is quite late? I know it
Yes.
impacts our ability to put in for infrastructure applications, which it has already interfered with our ability to do so. So are we going to see in 6 months?
No, I understand that, and I appreciate the comment from council. I think at the end of the day, one of the big issues that delayed the process of this current year audit was the prior period adjustment. At the end of the day, when we came down to balancing the financial statements, we identified that there was a difference, and we looked for it for quite a while. First, our team members, and then it ended up coming directly to me, and then me and Carly had to sit down and actually go through a lot of details to find out where the issue came out from. So the reality is there's two folds here. What I'll say to council is yes, technically we should be able to turn around the audit in a reasonable time frame. The biggest thing that we need to do is we've already talked with management in terms of, how do we avoid this happening in the future and what issues come up that result in delays, put downs. So the reality is that we don't see there being an issue with being able to meet in the next 6 months to talk about 2023 numbers, hopefully if not sooner. The one piece I will say to council that is a big ticket item that a lot of municipalities, I find that a lot are underestimating the amount of time and time and commitment that happens with it is the asset retirement obligation piece, because the calculations are very complex in the sense that we have to consider when did the legal liability come into effect? Are we talking about asbestos and lead? And so that identification process can take a lot of time. Now, I might redirect this to management, but my understanding right now is that management's taken upon themselves to say that this calculation they're going to try to do internally. Other municipalities are looking at taking on engineers to help determine the quantity and the dollar value associated with the cost measures. Management is going to be looking at their capital asset listings and essentially identifying which buildings based on their lifespan may potentially have a liability associated with it, and then any costs. So we've had some preliminary conversations on it. So I would say that, yes, we don't want this to be a reality in a situation where we're meeting this late in the game. But at the same time, we want to make sure that all of the potential hiccups that might happen in the process are being addressed earlier on rather than later, which is where I feel that based on the prior period adjustment in the prior year where there's the whole GIS assessment and waiting on the consultant to provide us that details, all of it has a has an impact in terms of us being able to complete the work in a timely manner. But the intention always is to council that we try to do our best to get the files done on time, but we don't want to rush into it, because then some of the issues or concerns that can come up are changes in financials and adjustments that at the end of the day just doesn't look well.
Staff want to say any comment on the asset assessment or? Right now?
Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, auditors, for the next section.
Sure. So next, what we'll go through is the financial statements themselves. So again, in this case, we're going through the corporation of the municipality of Sioux Lookout, not the library or the trust. Those have been provided in the package for your review. Of course, if there's any questions, happy to answer them, but we'll be focusing our time on this. So in terms of the financial report, pretty standard layout in the sense that Brian and Carly will be signing off the statement of administrative responsibility that's attached to the financial statements. And we'll just jump into the contents. So Judy has already gone through the process of talking about the independent auditor's report, so I won't go through that process again. But essentially, again, clean audit opinion, which is what Judy has mentioned in her presentation. So let's go ahead and jump into the figures and the numbers here. And we'll start off with the balance sheet or the statement of financial position, which identifies what assets you own, what amounts you owe to third parties, and your non-financial assets. So starting at financial assets, we'll talk about the change in cash later on, but essentially your cash has grown by about $2 million to $14.7 million. In terms of your taxes receivable, you'll see it's taken a bit of a drop in the year, which is a good thing. Your taxes receivable decreased by about $915,000 from the prior year, with a change in your allowance for doubtful accounts for about $278,000. So overall, there's been an improvement in collection, and I believe there's been some write-offs in the year as well that are accounting for that decrease. Your user charges receivable are fairly similar to the prior year, so nothing to discuss there. Your accounts receivable, you'll notice, has grown quite significant from last year, about 1.3 million. And this mainly results as a result of a receivable for grant funding from Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program of about $1.3 million for the Wellington and First Avenue intersection. So those funds will hopefully have been received in 2023 when the application was made for those funds. Inventories for resale, again, relates to your fuel for the airport. So again, you'll notice that there's going to be a lot more activity than there has been in the past as a result of COVID. So in this case, there's more fuel at the end of the year. Your investment in your government business enterprise, or GBE, is Sioux Lookout Hydro. So this is essentially your pickup recognition of the value of your investment associated with Sioux Lookout Hydro. So your total financial assets are $23,382,000. Moving on to your liabilities, your accounts payable and accrued liabilities have increased from last year, approximately $1 million. And again, in terms of this, there's some elements of timing in terms of whether or not payment has been made at the end of the year or what the cutoff timing of it is. When we looked at the details of it, mainly the biggest increase resulted in just having project costs relating to the construction work on Wellington and First Avenue being outstanding in terms of payments to be made. So again, there's a big receivable because there's been that project has made progress, but you also have bills to pay associated with it. So just timing of payables and increase there. Your deferred revenue increased by about $894,000. So again, these are funds that have external restrictions on their use. And essentially, just to kind of give a summary, you have an increase in your federal gas tax reserve, about $335,000. It's unspent. Other funds from CTGP, about 119, NORDS for 281, and OSIF for 479. So in note 7, where it gets into more detail, you can see some of those buildups in there. The one thing I'll note is your deferred revenue had a decrease related to FedNor funds for the waterfront project, where they provided an advance that in the year was spent and utilized. In terms of your debt, about a $1.3 million change. The reality of the change is just the principal repayments that are being made to those debt. There is no new debt acquired in 2022. The landfill closure, again, is just a recognition of what your estimated liability is as it relates to as the usage of your landfill increases, meaning the capacity is lower, there's an increased cost associated to the municipality to cover that up. So as the capacity gets used up, there's more coverage that's required, and therefore the cost increase. And this is a consideration of that usage, but also consideration of inflationary factors as well. The employee future benefits, again, are supported through an actuarial report that supports what future employee benefits are owing to existing employees as of the end of the year. So again, Management will pay those benefits as they come in, but at the end of the year, we have to provide an estimate in terms of what the total expectation is. So the timing of this payable is going to vary over the years. So your total liabilities there is 21.7 million, and as a result of your financial assets being 23.3 million, your liabilities being 21.7, you have net financial assets of about 1.5. And so having stronger financial health within the organization, current assets to cover your liabilities. So that's just one comment I want to make to management that was, or sorry, to council, that was an improvement. In regards to non-financial assets, it's really only made up of two things: prepaid expenses and tangible capital assets. Tangible capital assets changed by about 1.3 million in total. There's a schedule as well in the statements called Schedule 2 that provides a more detailed breakdown. But essentially, as I mentioned in the earlier report, there was additions of about $4.7 million. Of it, 4 million was WIP, which related specifically to the Wellington Street and First Avenue waterfront project and the Big Wood projects. As well, there was some vehicle additions and purchases, such as the John Deere loader and 2 other vehicles for use. And so although there was $4.7 million in additions, your assets were amortized by about $3.4 million, which creates the net effect of 1.3 million there. So as a result of that, your accumulated surplus, which we'll speak to when we get to the end, which is Schedule 1, is $78,447,475. So that is your financial position. So I'll move on next to the statement of operations. And so this is the revenues and income that was earned by the municipality and the associated expenditures. So starting off overall, one of the things you'll notice is that in terms of the budget to actual, there's a bit of a swing there, 11.9 million versus 11.4. You'll notice that from the prior year to the current year, fairly consistent. However, the main difference associated with the budget to actual is that there was tax write-offs budgeted for 13,000. However, there was actual write-offs of 426,000. So as a result, those write-offs weren't budgeted to that extent in 2022. And so as a result, that's why there's the difference between budget to actual. Your user charges, which make up your water and sewer billings and other fees and service charges, you can see there was budgeted for 2.9 and 6.2. One of the bigger differences that we noted was just in terms of your water budget to your actuals, it's higher than what was expected. And again, the water and sewer billings were higher than what they were originally budgeted for. So it just came out on top as a result of it. The other fees and service charges overall, the budget to actuals were quite consistent, but one of the biggest things we'll note in terms of why it increased from the prior year was because airport improvement fees were $271,000 higher, and there was general increases in revenues for other services that were reopened and offered again to the public as a result of following COVID. In terms of your government transfers, you can see here that the total amount of your government transfers is about $5.3 million. When you look at some of the changes, again, a lot of your government transfers is based on projects that are ongoing. So what I'll say is in terms of when we look at the Government of Canada, you'll see there that there was a change of about 291,000 from budget, 319,000 from prior year to actual. And again, one of the main changes there is the fact that it's below budget as the federal gas tax was not utilized in the year. So it's deferred at the end of the year. So as a result, there's the anticipation it would have been earned. It's not, it's deferred and there for future use. In terms of the prior year consideration, similarly, last year the federal gas tax was utilized, this year it was not. For the province of Ontario, looking at the budget consideration, it's below budget as a result of the Big Wood project was delayed, and there was less direct childcare funds as exited in April of 2022. So as a result of that exit, there was less funding that was provided from the Kenora District Services Board. So overall, your funding has decreased in terms of that line item. And similarly, in terms of a prior year to current year consideration, there was COVID relief funding that was not received in 2022, but recognized in 2021. So as a result, there was more grant activity in the prior year as a result of some of that support. In terms of the other, not a lot of significant changes overall here. So one of the comments I will just kind of note on is your sale of aviation fuel is quite significant. It was budgeted originally at $6.8 million. However, you'll notice that it ended up becoming 11.7 million. So again, the main reason for this is just the fact that there was more activity in 2022 than there was in 2021 overall. So as a result of those considerations, total revenues accounted for about $39 million as compared to the budgeted of $35.6 million. And again, the main reason for that change is because of the fact that the sale of aviation fuel was so much more significant in the year. So those are the total revenues. We'll move on to the total expenses. And again, the total expenses here are broken down by different segments within the municipality. So in this case here, when we look at general government, you'll note that, for example, where you were over budget in terms of your expenditures for general government, and about $459,000 higher than last year. So one of the things that is impacting the general government is that there was no amount budgeted for the Chamber of Commerce transfer, which was 432,000. And the main reason for the increase in the current year compared to prior year is the Chamber of Commerce transfer for $432,000. So again, picked up a little bit more of it this year than last year. If it was distributed, then the difference wouldn't be as significant there. So that's the main difference for the general government piece. Your protections to persons and property are fairly consistent. Nothing significant there that was that jumped out that was of concern to bring to council's attention. Transportation services is your biggest change in terms of your expenditures. Again, you're budgeting 14 million. The actuals were 19.16. That's as a result of, again, more fuel purchases that happened. Actual fuel costs were $4.6 million above the budgeted amount to increase sales, and $260,000 in bad debt above budget. So overall, in terms of the budget to actual, that was the main difference. And similarly, more fuel was purchased from consideration of last year. Your environmental services and health services are fairly consistent. Nothing really jumped out to us there that was of concern. One of the biggest things we'll notice with social and family services is that expenses have dropped quite significantly. Again, that relates to the different wages and costs associated with running the child care centers that have now been transferred over to the Kenora District Services Board. The recreation and culture piece, you'll note that at the end of the day, there's about $445,000 more expenses, and it's about $295,000 below budget. In terms of budget, it was just a general array of different items and areas and programs that were provided. So overall, there's nothing specific that happened, just costs came in under from the expected. And last year, what we'll note is that there is higher wages in the current year than the prior year as a result of more activity with the fitness center, library, arena, etc. And we also noted that there was more materials that were purchased for recreation and cultural services in the year. And last but not least, you have your planning and development, which I'll just speak to essentially the prior year and current year. You'll notice there last year is $899,000. One of the biggest differences from last year is that there was a project associated with vested properties, which was in the tune of about $400,000, as well as some additional contracted services. So there was some additional work that was planned out in the prior year that did not commence in the current year or happen in the current year. So your net surplus essentially here is 3.6 million. There was no losses or gains on any disposal of tangible capital assets. So essentially the annual surplus was $3.6 million for the municipality. Now I will state that this $3.6 million is a PSAS or public sector accounting standard surplus. So I'll speak to the true surplus when we get to Schedule 1. The numbers that you see down here below is recognizing the impact associated with the prior period correction of 1.204 million. So we're recognizing that impact associated with it to recognize the true accumulated surplus for the organization, which is just over $78 million. So with that being said, those were the two main sections of the report. So what I'll do now is just kind of speak to some of the other ones at a little bit more of a high level. So this statement of changes in net financial assets is a reconciliation that really happens from your annual surplus back to that net financial asset position I talked about in your statement of financial position. So this is a document that shows the different changes that happen, which most of the differences are the acquisition of your tangible capital assets and your amortization and use of prepaids. So that's just supporting how the change went from a net debt position last year of 750,000 to a net financial asset position of 1.6 million approximately. The statement of cash flows, I always like to take counsel through it just because, again, your cash impact increased by about $1 million from last year. As a result of it, the best way I'd like to explain this to council is that your operations for the municipality generated $7.8 million of cash funds. Now, with that being said, you had capital costs and acquisition of about 4.7 million and debt principal repayments of about 1.3 million. And there was some cash inflows associated with your investments, which is the dividends from Sioux Lookout Hydro, about 215,000. So when you take into account what you've made from your operations, less your capital transactions, plus that investment, and less your financing, you see the net change of $1.9 million associated with your cash, which reconciles back to your cash balance in the statement of financial position. So one of the new notes that you'll note here is the restatement of the comparative information. So this just provides a little bit more context associated with what the error related to and the impacts from last year's audited financial statements to this year. So that if that way, if someone were to look at last year's statements and look at this year's, there is a reconciliation to support what was reported last year and what should have been restated. So these are the figures and numbers that are now supported on the current year financial statements for the comparative figures. Your note 2 is the significant accounting policies that essentially management follows in terms of identifying how they record revenue, how they recognize their expenditures, when funds are being deferred, and other means as well. So I'm not going to go through in detail on this because there hasn't been any significant changes in terms of your accounting policies. So I'm not going to take you guys through the details associated with this. Again, one thing I always encourage, management to keep an eye on is these property and business taxes receivable. Again, overall in the year, there was a decrease, but as mentioned, there was quite a big write-off in the year, about $426,000. So again, we always encourage management to, look at these balances and try and obtain collection, look at other means for it. And my understanding is that management has been doing a really great job with it. So hopefully this balance can continue to decrease. So that way funds are either collected or they're not sitting there giving the appearance that these are collectible into the future. Note 6 is your investment in government business enterprise, and this is really the information from Sioux Lookout Hydro and recognizing your portion recognition of what the value of that investment is. So this is information based on BDO's audited financial statements of Sioux Lookout Hydro, and we take the information and details from there to ensure we recognize the appropriate collection or amounts that should be recognized on your financial statements. For deferred revenue, again, you can see that it's increased from 555,000 to 1.4 million. Again, there's a lot of external funds that were obtained, but not necessarily used in accordance as of for the current year. So they're deferred and used for a future period. Again, the unearned gas tax proceeds is your federal gas tax balance. It was utilized last year, so there was no balances. This year, there is still some balances sitting there. The debt itself is pretty consistent. No new debt or any concerns noted here. Some have been repaid. I always like to bring to council's attention at the end of the day that the principal amounts for the next few years are always listed up to 5 years and thereafter that build up the balance. And similarly, you can see what that expectation is, and that in the current year, there's about $596,000 of interest charges that the municipality incurred, which last year was 645. So we anticipated the drop as a result of more principal repayments being made. Note 17 just speaks to the loan guarantee that is sitting with Sioux Lookout Hydro. So right now at the moment, Sioux Lookout Hydro has the opportunity to get a loan of a maximum of 3.35 million. At year end, there's $426,000 left. And the reason this appears in your statements is because Sioux Lookout Municipality is guaranteed the loan. So as a result, we have to disclose that information. We also talk about the restructuring transaction where the municipality on April 1st, 2022 transferred the operations of the child care services to Kenora District Services Board. Again, not a lot of costs associated with it. So as a result, we just have to document the stance associated there. So in terms of one of the last documents I just want to take council through is the consolidated schedule of accumulated surplus. And essentially here, just kind of want to break down the understanding to this is that $78 million for accumulated surplus that's shown on your statement of financial position and your statement of operations is actually built up of these considerations. So as a result, in this case, starting with the reserves, there's total reserves set aside about $10.6 million as compared to the $9 million from last year. So again, these are transfers going in, and you can see that there's been additional funds set aside for working capital and capital expenditures. In terms of the reserve funds themselves, fairly consistent. There is a new reserve fund for community support, but otherwise the balances there are fairly consistent with where they are in the prior year. As well, the net equity in your government business enterprise is $303,553,000, which is consistent with what we saw in the statement of financial position. So these are essentially a part of what build up your $78 million. Now above, I'll speak to the surplus. So I'll start with the investment in tangible capital assets. This is the value of your tangible capital assets at the end of the year. This doesn't mean this is the fair market value consideration or anything along those lines. It's just the cost less the amortized consideration. So this is agreeing to essentially your capital assets that were noted on the statement of financial position. The other items here are specific unfunded items. And what we mean by that at the end of the day is that council doesn't budget for these considerations all within 1 year. They budget for these considerations on an annual basis based on what's expected to be paid. So as a result of it, the landfill closure and post-closure liabilities, for example, will increase based on what the estimate is, your employee future benefits do, and so do your debt. So management takes the time to understand what principal repayments are expected within the year, for example, and will budget for that accordingly. And every year, these balances will go down as attributions are being made to these amounts. The one thing I will say is that the general fund is a good indicator in terms of how the year went. So last year, in terms of your general fund, there was about $1.6 million associated with unfunded amounts. Most of this related to capital. Similarly, this year, there are additional unfunded amounts that relate to about 2.3 million. So when you consider the change that happened in the current year, you're looking at about a $700,000 deficit that was incurred. Now, through discussions with management, my understanding is that this deficit primarily relates to capital projects, for example, where the funds have not been either allocated from reserve or reserve fund, or management didn't have any specific attributable revenue to cover that cost. So again, that's the real surplus in the years. There was a $700,000 deficit. Again, that can be impacted by utilizing of different reserves and other considerations. But through discussions with management, my understanding is that this general fund deficit will decrease as there's additional funds to cover these amounts in future years. So that way the general fund continues to improve. So I always look at this statement in the general fund as a basis to say, truly, did the municipality make money or lose money? In this case, there's additional funds that were spent that were not covered by specific revenues. So that amount that you see there for 2.3 million is a consideration of how is management going to handle that in 2023. But essentially, that is the presentation. Schedule 2 of the financial statements just give a bigger breakdown associated with your tangible capital assets that provide just a little bit more detail and breakdown than what the figures were on the statement of financial position. And Schedule 3 is essentially a breakdown of more specific details for your revenues and expenditures, broken down by your different segments, such as general government, transportation, protections to persons, which I'm not going to take council through at this moment, but it provides a little bit more of a deeper perspective if anyone's interested in looking at it. And that's essentially my presentation. So I will pass it back to the room.
Here, council, questions?
Yeah, what's the bottom line here? Deficit of 715,000, what you're saying?
Sorry, I apologize. I couldn't hear that clearly. What was the question?
What's the bottom line? The deficit of 715,000, is that? Or
Yes. So the deficit in the year right now, as we stand, is the difference between the 2.3 million and the 1.6. So in reality, it's about a $695,000 deficit in the year. And again, management can speak to it, but the majority of that general fund deficit does relate to capital projects that there weren't funds there to support the costs, or the portion of the municipality that needs to cover associated with some of the projects themselves. So again, that's evaluated on an annual basis. So, in reality, this deficit could be covered through the reserve or reserve fund usage if council wanted to choose to do that. But at the end of the day, currently as it stands, there is a $695,000 deficit, yes.
Staff wish to comment on that? All right, okay. Thank you. I have a question related to the expenses.
Of course.
And I think the breakdown there's nine categories, and I think that relates to the financial information reporting system that the province has, that we have to slot them into those categories. Is that?
That's correct.
So
that is correct.
Under health services, I see 928,000, and off the top of my head, I believe that when KDSB, I see we get the statements and they break out that I think land ambulance costs attributable from our 1.2 million or whatever it is KDSB levy were about 600,000. We pay 450,000 to Kenora District Homes for the Aged, 235,000 to the Northwest Health Unit. And then we have miscellaneous other things. That adds up to me to be 1.2, 1.3, 1.4 million. I'm just, what makes up the health services there?
That is a great question. What I will say to you, Mr. Mayor, is that I need to pull up the details, and I could definitely send that information over to management to provide to you for consideration. I don't have the buildup on me on hand, and I don't want to hold up the meeting. So if I could provide that to you after the meeting for reviewing consideration, I can definitely provide it after we're done here. There may be a consideration where some of the health services and social and family services may have programs in there, and that's why maybe there is a distribution issue. But again, if that is an issue, we can always just reclassify the amounts between the two accounts to represent them more accordingly. So I would have to pull that build up for you.
Yeah, I think for me, it's important. It contradicts what I say publicly is that we're spending direct around 1.3 million dollars on healthcare,
Yeah.
which includes line ambulance, Northwestern Health Unit, district homes for the aged. And then we also supplement the Hugh Allen Clinic by $55,000 a year in terms of loan payments for that clinic.
Mhm.
I'm just wondering what's included. I'd like that to go.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just looking at some of the details. I pulled it up right now. I mean, it's quite
Richard,
broken up. Yeah,
Richard, is it because Home for the Aged is under social and family services?
that's exactly it. Yeah. So based on the
Health
mapping
service,
of it,
yeah, health services it does not include Home for the Aged.
that's
That's
correct.
in the social.
The homes for the aged, we don't have a home for the aged in Sioux. We have an extended care, which is a long-term care facility operated by the hospital. We are supplementing perhaps homes for what's called homes for the aged in Dryden and Kenora, and some of what people might go there, but they are long-term care, which is covered under the Ministry of Health and the Associated Ministry of Long-Term Care. So I do that as health services, not social.
Okay. And we can make that adjustment there because I'm just looking at the details and I can confirm that there is $481,000 sitting in the 1.25 million for social and family services. So again, that could be very easily reclassified over to the health services category. And I can confirm, as you said, Mr. Mayor, that the transfer to KDSB ambulance is 485,000 approximately, and to the Northwestern Health Unit is 220,000 approximately. So you are correct that in that there are some funds that are being in the social and family services, which we can reclassify before finalizing.
You said 485,000 to Kenora District Homes for the Aged. You said actually District Service Board.
Sorry, I was going to say the 924 that's under health services, it's primarily made up of the transfer to Kenora District Services Board for the land ambulance and Northwestern Health Unit for 220. The homes for the aged, or that's what the account name is called here, is for 481,000. That's built into the 1.2 million dollars under social and family services.
So the numbers you've said make sense because I think the land ambulance portion of KDSB is 600 and some thousand plus the Northwestern Health Unit, and you're going to get to that number that's on there, 928 roughly. But it's important to me. I think this is important that we get what our health services attributed to health services. I'm not sure.
No, that's absolutely, Mr. Mayor. So we'll make that reclassification, and it'll be considered in the finalized statements.
Thank you.
Not a problem.
Council, anything else? Yeah.
A few more things. I think one thing that's important for members of council to keep in mind is there's the financial statements and how they're represented, and then there's the reality of our operations. And so, the terminology used by the sector with respect to misstatement and this type of thing, when it really boils down to it, we're talking about something that was recorded on December 31st instead of January 1st. I mean, this is really what we're talking about. So I think it's very important that council be reassured that the matters that have been addressed and discussed in this audit, one, many of them are not new. Two, some of the classifications with respect to the FIR are things that if we do start making changes, we just have to be aware that that is going to affect other things and other entities that look at the FIR with respect to funding and those types of things. So you know, there's, I would just exercise caution in the interpretation. And that we rely on our experts, the auditors with respect to interpretation and staff to provide, to fill in some of the blanks sometimes, because I think that's obviously done.
Thanks, Leo. I certainly appreciate your first comment on the that statement and December 31st. And I didn't find anything alarming about the auditors presented. And I think council understands that. And as far as the FIR, I don't mean to upset apple cart there. And I hope you understood my point of view there, but I'm willing to take staff's advice, and auditors' advice on this. Absolutely. Obviously, I can't. But you understand that.
Absolutely. I think it's important that some of the details, like with respect to the municipality's level of support for the Hugh Allen Clinic, that's not something that would be teased out through this audit or showing up in the summit. So we use these documents to support our arguments and positions and with respect to advocacy and lobbying. But we also have to look at our own our actual internal records of where things are going and how things are happening, because that's the high level nature of the financial statements and the audit. Sometimes some of those finer details do get lost.
And I guess my point was only that there we are, and you and I sat across from a minister some weeks ago, and he pulled out a statement that would have been based on FIR, I guess, information. And it surprised us because we didn't understand what was being said, but it was an interpretation based on FIR statements, which don't tell the whole story.
Right.
But that's what the province gets, and that's what they will pull out and use. It's that was why I was sort of dragging you to. Thanks. If nothing else on this, I think auditors, I'm sure we'll have a motion to accept to receive the statements tonight. Is that so? Auditors, thank you very much for your presentation and your time.
Thank you everyone for your time. Have a great night, and we'll see you again when we finish the 2023 year-end audit. Thank you for your time.
As Councilor Nagle says, we look forward to seeing you in 6 months or so.
Absolutely. We'll work towards that goal. Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you. Good night. Here we are at 7:15, and we're inching towards another delegation, I guess.
Correct.
How are we doing? They've been waiting for some time, I would think.
Yes.
So perhaps we'll do this delegation, and we'll take a health break after that. So second delegation is Hope Air, helping patients access health care far from home. Presenter Mark Rubenstein, Hope Air CEO.
So Hugh, I'm going to have to bring them into the meeting here. Okay, great. There we go. We have our next delegation online, Mayor Lawrence.
Thank you, CEO, and thank you for patiently waiting. And I'll turn it over to you quite quickly. Hope Air, please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you for having us, and good evening. My name is Mark Rubenstein. I'm the Chief Executive Officer with Hope Air, and joining me is Christina DiMarzio. And Christina is our Community Engagement Manager and works closely with me in the delivery of our programs and services in communities across Ontario, in fact, across Canada. I think we shared with you a presentation about the work of Hope Air. I don't know if you've had a chance to review it yet, So maybe I'll just pause and ask if you have had a chance, or if you'd like me just to do a brief overview of the work of our charity and why we're talking to you this evening.
Mark, it was included in the council package, and it's always my assumption that council has reviewed the council package prior to the meeting. So you can do a very brief overview if you like, and carry on.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. So I don't know how many of you have heard about the work of Hope Air. We were founded in 1986, national charity that's headquartered in Toronto. And the focus of our charity is to help patients in financial need who have to travel long distance to reach specialized medical care. So in our history, we work in all provinces. We've done over 190,000 travel arrangements. We provide free air travel for both patients and escorts on both commercial airlines and also using a volunteer pilot group of volunteers that we have. We provide free hotel accommodation. We provide meal support when patients are staying overnight in a city for treatment. And we also provide free ground transportation using Uber or taxi if patients are flying, for example, from Northern Ontario to Toronto or another destination south, so they can get from airport to hospital. In 2023, nationally, Hope Air provided over 25,000 travel arrangements, and in Ontario, close to 3,500 travel arrangements. And almost all of our travel arrangements are from Northern Ontario. We do have some patients that we help in areas like Windsor, Ontario, but almost 90% of the patients that we support are from communities like yours. And we support patients in every larger or smaller community in Northern Ontario. And this past year has been a record year for the charity in terms of our work. We don't market the work of the charity, we don't advertise it, and patients come to us in two ways. One is word of mouth. So someone knows someone who's benefited from Hope Air, and they tell that person about the work of our charity. They apply online or they call our charity and we support them. Or often social workers or other professionals in the healthcare system, local hospitals or municipal social workers who are aware of our work and then refer patients to them. So towards the summer in 2023, it became very apparent that demand for the work of the charity for patients and families across Northern Ontario was really just exploding. We had never seen the kind of demand that we saw, and we think there were two reasons for that. One is post-COVID, where during 2020 to 2022, most patients couldn't travel for anything other than emergency care, as hospitals were dealing with COVID issues. They were finally able to get their medical appointments confirmed, whether that was for advanced diagnoses or for treatment or for surgery, whatever the case may be. And then secondly, we know that just more families and more individuals and more children are having tougher times financially. More people are just struggling with the cost of rent, cost of a mortgage, cost of food. Tens of thousands of people across Ontario going to food banks on a regular basis just to eat. And so you take those two combination of forces, and all of a sudden you have this overwhelming demand on the programs and services of the charity. In Ontario, we have historically been funded through private sector donations, but the demand that we experience, the donations that we raise could not meet the demand. And we came very close to suspending our programs and services in Northern Ontario in the fall of 2023. As a charity, we can't run deficits, but we made the decision that we would approach the government of Ontario to say, this is the work that we do. We cannot continue to meet the demand unless you're able to become a funding partner with our charity, as we've done in many other provinces across Canada. And so if you believe in equitable access to healthcare, and if you want to help patients get to care, then we need you to come to the table to be a funding partner. And as part of that, we really did a cross Ontario tour in the fall, leading up to Christmas, meeting with councils like yours, mayors, regional health authorities, hospitals, social workers, physicians, Northern Ontario School of Medicine, and to say, this is the work we do, this is the impact that we have. We can't provide these programs without some funding support from the government. And we're asking you to consider supporting this request because ultimately it's helping patients in your community. And we probably did over 55 meetings with all these stakeholders unanimously. Actually, every city, every mayor, every organization that I mentioned, supportive of the work of Hope Air and the need for additional funding, wrote to the health minister, wrote to their MPP. I've also met with the majority of cabinet ministers and MPPs representing ridings throughout Northern Ontario, including, Minister Rickford and MPP Holland and MPP Romano and others who are also supportive. But we're not there yet. And I know we originally were hoping to be in front of you before Christmas, and the schedules didn't work out. So here we are in February. But I really appreciate the opportunity to share with you this brief message. And our respectful request is, if you believe there's value in the mission of the work of Hope Air as it relates to your community and the broader community in Northern Ontario, we would greatly appreciate your consideration of a letter of support to the health minister, recognizing the work that we do, which we believe is unique, unique in the province, unique in the country, with over 30 plus years experience of doing it in a really efficient and empathetic way, helping people get to care. So that concludes my comments, but I'd really welcome any questions that anyone might have.
Thank you very much. It seems like important work. I would just remind Council and Mark, I'm sure you know that you'd be dealing with other councils. We don't say yay or nay to delegation requests. After delegation, it comes back as a staff report to the next meeting or the meeting thereafter. But Council, any questions for Hope Air?
Thank you very much. That was very interesting. I'm just wondering, how does your program connect with the Northern travel allowance that everybody would agree it's insufficient?
Yeah, I think if I heard the question is, how does our program relate to the Northern Health Travel Grant?
Yes.
Yeah. So the Northern Health Travel Grant, of course, is available to anyone who's traveling south, whether you make $500,000 a year or $25,000 a year, you get the same partial benefit. So the program, by their own admission, was never designed to deal with the unique circumstances of patients in financial need. I don't think I've come across one person that I've spoken to in my 5 years with Hope Air that believes that program properly compensates people who are spending thousands of dollars to travel for advanced heart disease care, cancer care, advanced diabetes. Various over 30% of our patients are children, so advanced pediatric and children's care. And as you probably know, if you've ever had to use that program or know someone who has, you get partial reimbursement for your airfare. You get very limited reimbursement for hotel costs. You get no reimbursement for taxis around the city when you're going for care and staying. You get no reimbursement for meal support if you have to stay over for a multiple number of days in a city like Toronto for care. So while the program provides benefit to lots of people, it doesn't change the fact that for so many people who are struggling financially or in fact in poverty, that program is not an answer because they can't afford the thousands of dollars that it costs to travel, often more than once, to try and get life-saving care.
You, council, further questions?
Just on that, I'm thinking that if your organization does s- provide 100% and more, it sounds like, support, you think that the province should be willing to hand over that, what would have been the Northern allowance for that particular?
That's our hope. I mean, I've never spent much time in politics, so it's always a mystery to me about how governments make decisions. I mean, the government of Ontario, regardless of what party is in power, government of Ontario is supposed to be committed to two things: less poverty in our province and equitable access to healthcare. And to the best of my knowledge, Hope Air is the only national charity and the only charity working in Northern Ontario that seeks to address both of those things. If you're poor, the bottom line is you then have financial barriers to getting the care that people who live in larger cities where the most specialized medical care is. That's not what our healthcare system is supposed to be about. That's not the policy of the government of Ontario. And relative to the, all the other issues that are going on regarding healthcare in this province, not the least of which is, issues around access to primary care, which only puts further pressure on Hope Air, because now if you can't see a physician in your local community, and now you're having to travel farther afield because there's a shortage of that, it just reinforces it. So, I'm not here to pretend that the healthcare system issues are not complex. They are, and some of them are going to take a long time to fix. But on this issue is solvable tomorrow. It's purely a question of having funding available so that we're not asking poor families to dip into a pocket that has no money to pay for the cost of medical travel that ultimately is a responsibility of the government. And offloading the responsibility to charities that are then struggling because they don't have enough funding, there is something wrong with that. And all of the discussions I've had with leaders across municipalities and townships and cities across Northern Ontario reinforces that. So I'm hopeful the province will see the value of this, but I think it's our job to advocate on behalf of those who can't advocate for themselves. And that's why we wanted to have the opportunity to present to you this evening.
It's an excellent presentation, and we will take it under consideration.
I greatly appreciate your time, and thank you so much. It's a great pleasure.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Council, thank you.
Thank you.
It's 7:30, council. Let's take a 5 or 6 minute break and come back and get to the items requiring sector discussion.
We're going to have to extend the meeting.
let's be succinct and to the point. We'll, reconvene at, 7:40 PM and start with staff reports. The council adopts the year ending December 31, 2022 municipal consolidated audited financial statements as presented by Grant Thornton LLP at the February 21, 2024 regular council meeting. Moved by Councilor Costello, seconded by Councilor Bowman. Any discussion? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. 7.2 EV charging stations. The council directs staff to apply to the Charge for Change program for the installation of 4 electric vehicle charging stations, and further, the council authorizes, if successful in receiving funding, to award the contract for the purchase, installation, and software for the charging stations to RTE Energy Solutions Corporation. Mover, Councilor Van Breda, seconded by Councilor Timpson. Discussion starting with Councilor Van Breda.
Thank you. Yeah, this is a great idea. You know, we definitely need some EV chargers. That's going to be the future. My question is that I didn't see it in the staff report. So after we build this there, someone takes a baseball bat to it. Is there insurance, or is there a way that we don't have to buy new one from scratch?
Through Mayor Lawrence, Treasury bill answer would that be some municipal property that we covered by insurance?
Through Mayor Lawrence, it would depend on how much damage is done to it and whether it would fall over a threshold for our deductible.
It'll be covered by municipal insurance as any other municipal property is. Yeah, okay.
Just sorry, we may want to speak to that. The quoted price for a unit is $16,339. So that's a dual head retractable port.
Is it the same setup that they have at Service Ontario, or is it a different type of outlet?
Through your Mayor Lawrence, I believe would be kind of a universal outlet. It's a dual head station. It's a new, the one at Service Ontario. Stage 2.
Councilor Costello.
Now, there is an annual operating cost for these, is that correct?
Email large, yeah, through the program, you have to have the software does 2 things. It gives you information on the usage as well as the ability for people to pay for using the station as well. So it gives us kind of our annual usage of it and costs, kind of paid from it, potentially the revenue and kilowatts we've have been discharged over the years.
So is the anticipated revenue, will it cover those costs at the beginning, or will it take a while to build up?
Email Lawrence, the first year, the software costs are covered. After that, I mean, I would say likely we're gonna go into a deficit the first couple of years until the popularity of these vehicles increases. And part of having additional charging stations down is that there is, when EV vehicle owners do go travel, they look on their websites and it tells you where these charging stations are. So having, you know, now 5 units, if we approve this, that would be more enticing for someone to come here.
First Councilor Timpson, then Councilor Bloom.
Yeah, so it's only $750,000 for the whole province for Northern Ontario. And we would take up about 100,000 of that. That's that. Am I reading that right?
Your Mayor Lawrence, yeah, the entire fund is 750,000. I mean, depending on the intake, I guess, that we may be successful right now.
And it's, you have to have it in by tomorrow, 22nd.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilor Bloom.
Blue Coat Hydro can install, maintain, bill, take care of them.
Your Mayor Lawrence, I believe this would be under their purview. I don't I don't know what they operate or how they.
I think you're contracting RTE, it's what the resolution says.
Yeah, through your mail warrants, RT would be the responsible for the software. Ultimately, we would own the actual EV charging stations and be responsible for maintenance.
As nice as it is to support electric vehicles, I am against this. I feel that charging stations should be looked at as for the commercial sector, not for government. There's 2 charging stations that I know of. I walk by one every day into the office. I can count on one hand the amount of times I've seen a vehicle plugged into it. There's a few electric vehicles in town. I think most of the people in town that have electric vehicles charge them at home. They don't. I think these charging stations should be at commercial, similar to a gas station. My concern also with this is if we have EV charging ports and then there are other gas stations or businesses that do want to install them, now we're in competition with businesses in our tax base. These are another asset that we need to maintain that will require staff time to look after. Councillor Van Breda makes a good point about now we have to respond to vandalism and look after that for something that if they're on private property managed by a private business, I think that's the place for these.
You don't want to. For 20 minutes, charge your thing before you go. Out, you want to go. So I agree.
Is this program available to the private sector?
As far as I'm aware, it's just, it's meant to be a public access EV charging station, so it has to be in a public area.
Yeah, I think we're looking at the future, and I think that we will see that businesses will be coming up with construction of these outlets. But I think too, they're not just ordinary things where you can plug in your little whatever 3-pronged. They're quite specialized, and I think we need to go with this for now, and because I think it will encourage more tourism up here, and it's the way of the future. And I think if we turn this down now, we're making a mistake.
With all due respect, we might sit here and hypothesize that this is the way of the future. There's a long way to go. And to push this forward now, I don't see the need. I think the capitalist approach to this would be to allow the demand for these to set out when they're built and where they're built. I don't think this is something that we need to force, or we shouldn't have to force. And I also don't, the comment around tourism, I don't know of many tourism, EV charging station tourism. I don't see the draw for that. I think it's a pro. There's other charging stations in town already if people want to go there, but I don't see that as the draw. I'm going to go to Sioux Lookout for the EV charging station. So.
I think if you can plug them into the difference between the charging station and the time where you need to plug them in the wall overnight. If you want a 20-minute charge, you need to go to an EV station. And the only reason you would need to go to an EV station in 20 minutes is because you're traveling through a place. And I think it would be ill-advised to go past Sioux Lookout with an electric car at this point.
Any further comments, Council? Yeah, it's interesting. I think there's pros and cons. The pros are perhaps it facilitates more of the same, more EV usage, and it provides a service. The con for me is that I find myself more and more wanting to streamline the municipal services to municipal services I just, I'm having, I think there could be a place in the private sector for this or somewhere else. And it is just, we're talking about selling buildings and getting out of the real estate rental business, and here we are going into, we're adding on Velcro somewhere else, so there's pros and cons, and we'll find out where we're gonna go. And any further comments, Council? So the resolution is that council directs staff to apply for the charge for change, and just clarify what we would apply. I mean, you never want to apply for something, then change your mind and say you don't want it. Are we committing to it at this stage? If we say yes to this?
Sorry, yeah, through you, Mayor Lawrence, if the application was successful, yes, we would be committed to the project, but if the application isn't successful, we would not. So we just.
Okay. Understood. Then all in favor? Defeated.
Yeah, I'm recording you on that.
After the fact, we can do that.
To you, Mayor Lawrence, if that's the wish of council.
One councillor, when you said the wish, one councillor can ask for that, and it's
Yeah, typically a recorded vote is asked for prior to the vote, but. Very good. Councillor, sorry, just one moment. Thank you. Councillor Van Breda, in support or opposed?
In favor, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy?
Opposed.
Councillor Lego?
Opposed.
Mayor Lawrence?
opposed.
Councillor Pasco?
Opposed.
Thank you. Councillor Bone?
Opposed.
Thank you. And Councillor Timpson?
In favor.
Thank you. That is 2 in favor, 5 opposed. The motion is defeated.
Thank you. Item 7.3. The council authorizes the passing of bylaw number 17-24, being a bylaw of the Corporation of the Municipality of Silicote to authorize the submission of an application to Infrastructure Ontario for financing in the amount of $610,932 towards the cost of the Wellington Street and First Avenue project. Moved by Councilor Timpson, seconded by Councilor Costco. Start discussion with Councilor Timpson.
Yes. Just for clarification, and actually more applicable to 7.5 on a project that was done five years ago. How would we pay for these so far? Or is this just converting our loan from one financial institution to the Ontario government fund, or?
Through you, Mayor Lawrence, the Wellington Street and First Avenue project was funded through F, and I believe a portion of reserves as well. The remaining amount set on our books is unfunded, so in theory, we haven't paid for the remaining amount because it was originally to come from long-term debt. So this is the application for us to apply to Infrastructure Ontario in order for us to debt to pay the remaining.
It's my question will be more applicable to 7.5, the project that was done 5 years ago.
So when we get there, we'll do that. All right, Councilor Lakeman.
Yeah, is this, I noticed that it was in the report, but as a result, because we didn't have our financial audit in time, so we had to wait a year to get that off our books and get long-term debt for it.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Lawrence, that's exactly fine.
We needed to receive the statements that we received tonight in order for the Infrastructure Ontario to check the box that says we have our financial statements for that year, so before they could take our application for the loan. So the application was in fact delayed by the lateness of the financial statements. It's funny, the terminology, we have paid for the project in the sense that we paid the contractor, but in financial terms, it's still an unfunded amount in our books, but now we hope it's funded with this. Any further discussion on 7.3? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. 7.4, the council authorizes and directs staff to apply for funding under the Ontario Trillium Foundation for the enhancements to the fitness center totaling 200,000, and further that council authorizes the transfer of funds from the infrastructure reserve fund to support any cost overruns for this project. Moved by Councillor Lego, seconded by Councillor Timpson. So the discussion with Councillor Lego.
Yeah, first question, how much do we currently have in the infrastructure reserve?
Mayor Lawrence, we have just a tad over 1.5.
Okay. And my next question, I know I was talking to Councillor Bone, and he was also bringing up the arena, some of the arena flooring that may need to be looked at. It's starting to pull up as well, like the mat, the rubber matting.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor Lawrence, we're currently looking around on different options in regards to matting and flooring. From once we determine the best matting for the flooring and the best route to go about, because it's not just replacing the matting on the flooring. You also have to look at the concrete underneath, what kind of condition and stuff that is, what type of work that is. So once all that information is compiled, then a report is going to be coming to council, either to hopefully maybe apply for, see if there's funding out there for something like that, or it will be added into the 2025 budget.
Okay, so it's something that staff will bring a report at some point. Okay, thank you very much.
Anything further, Council? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 7.5. The council authorizes the passing of bylaw number 2124, being a bylaw of the corporation of the municipality of Sioux to authorize the submission of an application to Infrastructure Ontario for financing in the amount of $165,257 towards the costs of the 8th Avenue infrastructure project. Moved by Councillor Cassidy, seconded by Councillor Timpson. Second discussion with Councillor Timpson.
Just checking again, we paid for it all. We're not just recovering, is that correct?
Yes, that's
So we're gonna have to pay this back from fiscal. Same with the 7.3 as well. Are they all the same? Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we pay, but we're just recovering. Okay,
Yes.
just fine. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Sorry, Councillor Lego.
Yeah, can these, I guess it's already been paid, like, can these loans be renegotiated if the interest rate drops?
Mary Lawrence, not with Infrastructure Ontario.
Thank you.
Anything further? All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 7.8 is the next one I have. The council authorizes the passing of bylaw number 1024, being a bylaw to provide a designated reduced load period for the highways to which the designation applies and related requirements. Moved by Councillor Lego, seconded by Councillor Bone. Discussion, starting with Councillor Lego.
Yeah, I do have a concern with this. We do get a lot of semi trucks delivering product to Sioux. An empty semi truck weighs 4,500 pounds. So we're almost at the 5-ton capacity. So how are people expecting to get their product, say food, to the grocery store? Are we going to park the truck out at the highway and they're going to go get smaller trucks to bring it into town?
You want to know that isn't the expectation. There are exemptions to these requirements, and the exemptions are quite extensive. If you look at the list, it covers everywhere in town where a business is located that would require a heavier load to travel.
So was that the green lines that were on the map? It had a bunch of roads that were,
Yeah, so there is a list of
Yeah.
the exempt roads. So for example, in Sioux, the exclusions include King Street from First Avenue to Seventh Avenue, Front Street from Third to Seventh, Third from Front to Fair, and so on and so forth. So
I did not see your little box down there with the green line on it. That said exempt. I thought those were the roads that you couldn't travel on.
Oh, sorry. I know we
My mistake.
make things difficult, but in this case, that's not our intention. So essentially.
I removed my rejection.
So essentially, 3 mayor lords. What we're doing here is this has been something the municipality has done for quite some time, but we never had a bylaw in place to be able to enforce it if the need ever arose. So that's essentially what we're doing here, is taking what we've been doing for several decades and codifying it.
Councilor Cassidy.
Yeah, just on that map, looking at it, should these lines extend up Third Avenue to the curling club? I know there's a restaurant there. I believe Cisco truck comes in, delivers groceries and food. Also Menoyawan Way. The hospital probably has some trucks coming into the kitchen there as well. Should the lines extend to cover those?
So these are the same maps we've been using for, as I said, several decades. There's never been any concerns raised in the past with respect to what areas are permitted. So the green line does go up to Menoyawan Way on South Ave.
Doesn't go through it though, that's all.
That's because Menoyawan Way is a private.
Oh, is it private? Okay.
Yeah. And we have never had any concerns with respect to Third Avenue. There's also the ability in the bylaw for people to request further exemption through the public works manager. And so my direction to the public works manager is that if it's truly to support a local business, then absolutely we would grant that exemption.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Anything further, council? All in favor? Carried, thank you. 7.9, alcohol sales in Sioux. This is the notice of motion submitted to council January 17th, 2024 by Councillor Van Breda. So this has a mover already?
Few minutes, yes, we do have a mover, Councillor Van Breda. We will need a second.
Whereas the municipality of Sioux recognizes the importance of healthy environments for communities to thrive, and whereas the municipality of Sioux understands the consequences of mental illness and addictions and the negative effects on healthy communities, and whereas the municipality of Sioux acknowledges that the province of Ontario's decision to deregulate the beer, wine, and spirit market will have a significant impact on community health and wellness. Now therefore be resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Sioux requests that the province of Ontario provide municipalities with the option to either participate or not participate in the province's decision to deregulate this sector, similar to how it provided municipalities the opportunity to opt out of the cannabis market. And be it further resolved that the Council of the Corporation of the Municipality of Sioux circulates this resolution to the Honourable Doug Ford, Premier of Ontario, the Honourable Doug Downey, Attorney General of Ontario, and the Northern Ontario Municipal Association. Moved by Councillor Van Breda, seconded. Discussion. Councillor Koski.
I'm opposed to this. I think the same thing as the cannabis dispensaries where we in Sioux decided we didn't want one and we went with 2 stores. So I recognize that there are mental health and addiction issues, but I don't believe a private store, let's say, I mean, this would ideally be like 5 Mile Corner or a tourist camp or somewhere not in the downtown area of town. And I don't see how that a private business would contribute any more to these issues. These issues are deep-rooted issues these solutions are very complex. And shutting down a business to do something like this is not going to solve the problem.
I just asked you, did you, when you referenced the cannabis, did you, did I hear you say that we said we didn't want cannabis? Or?
Well, I believe, I might be wrong, but at the beginning of the cannabis, the town had the right to opt out and we opted out at the beginning. We did not?
No, I don't believe that's the case. We had the option to opt out. We did, my memory of the discussion was, no, we did not opt out.
Okay.
And that's, no, and that's how we, it was decided, because there was no, if we opted out, the consequences would have been, we wouldn't have had any cannabis outlets here. And so we opted not to opt out, and let the chips fall where they may. This is a little bit different in that there are the LCBO is the retail outlet here, so but I understand your point.
Yeah, this would sort of service a different clientele. It's usually the idea of these smaller stores, they're usually, you know, somewhere outside of the core area. And, you know, like if it was in, let's say, for example, a tourist camp or a gas station out of town, one of those. So it's just a convenience issue. Right?
So just to be clear, this the motion that's here wouldn't opt us out. We don't have that option right now.
But you're
Right.
asking the government to create an environment where we could opt out.
Yeah.
Which if we're not gonna opt out, I don't know why we would be supporting.
Thank you. Council Van Breda.
So the LCBO will be, as of right now, is still the only agency in Ontario that can sell hard liquor. You know, that's where you get the vodka, the whiskey. And so this is the deregulation. So this is pretty much the deregulation of like the beer store, pretty much. So this is beer, wines, and like low alcohol grade spirits. So that's like a White Claw. But you know, like not to speak on behalf of 5 Mile, but let's say 5 Mile were to want to sell alcohol, they could apply for the LCBO.
I don't think we should be mentioning.
No.
You're mentioning a business name.
If
It's not a business name.
if a business would want to sell alcohol, they would have to go through the LCBO outlet agency saying that, you know, we want to sell alcohol. And again, if a tourist out town outside of the town limits of Silica would want to sell alcohol. As of right now, if this were to go forward of January 1st, 2026, they could, because they don't, you know, they don't operate in the town limits of Silica. But this is just us saying, no thanks, you know, we need provincial oversight off of the sale of alcohol, because ultimately the province has a responsibility, you know, health and wellness, to basically take care of customers, the staff, and also the community as a whole. So this is just a way of saying, you know, this, you know, we never, as a province, we never done this before. So maybe let's wait and see how it affects other markets, and if it works well in other Northwestern Ontario communities, you know, maybe I wouldn't mind coming back to this 5 years from now or something, but as of right now, I'm saying, you know, no thanks, you know, just for us. So I'm not talking about any other community, but I will say though that the councillor of Kenora was interested in this motion, and I sent it to them as well.
Council Johnson.
I think this ties in with kind of recent events as well, with the removal of the security checkpoints at the LCBOs in the Northwest. I do have concerns, security concerns if this goes into convenience stores. We know there's theft and things that go on that occur. I don't know what measures the government will have these convenience stores put in place to secure and prevent that going forward. I guess my concern with this is who's bringing this forward? If this is our counselor or if this is an LCBO employee, that is my concern with this coming to the table. That is the question. So.
Yeah, if you're referring to conflict of interest, that's up to each individual to have.
I know.
their own-
I'm stating my concerns for the record.
So, I mean, this would not affect the LCBO. This is just, you know, it's gonna be the LCBO, we're still the only agency that would sell hard liquor. This is, you know, this is affecting the beer, wine, and low grade spirits. So telling us right now, I wouldn't bring this up if there was a conflict of interest, and there isn't. As somebody who just works with casually 1 day a week, you know, I'm not the manager, I'm not the one making any sort of backroom decision. No, I'm just the.
I don't think, I think that, I don't think this is the council table, it's where conflict of interest is. Can you, CAO, could you help me? Where conflict of, my understanding is conflict of interest is sorted out by the person who may have it or may not, their decision. It's not something that's debated at the council table. Thank you. So this conversation's over. Thank you. One of my concerns, I mean, I appreciate the concern here in some ways, but alcohol is a legal product. And if retailers want to sell alcohol, that's, you know, maybe there are zoning bylaws that you have to be in the right sector, but it's a legal product within the province of Ontario. I have trouble sort of stepping in as a municipality and interfering, seeming to interfere with that. But it's troubling. Councillor Timpson.
I think that for us to support this is in line with the communications that we've made to the government concerning the walk back of the recent proposal by LCBO to require identification. So, I mean, we've taken a position already, and I think this just supports it. We're just making a suggestion. If nothing else, this is a position we're taking, but hey, come on. Take a look at what we're doing here in the north. It's not like downtown Toronto. So I think we should support this simply to get a message across.
Appreciate that, but I don't want to conflate you know, we could, if we wanted ID, there's no reason why a private retailer couldn't ask for ID too. But it's a different setup though. If they're selling other products, you're not going to have a controlled entry. So it's really murky here.
The thing is, the LCBO, they have their ways of dealing with inappropriate people coming in for inappropriate sales and people they know that are abusing. Whereas the private sector, they're not going to have that. I mean, all we're doing is we're taking a position that sending a message that, come on, you have to listen to the municipalities with this thing. I mean, a cannabis store is controlled. They basically have controlled entrance. You just can't walk in there and pick stuff off the shelf. I see nothing wrong with having some control over something that's relatively dangerous.
I don't know how you can say certain businesses don't have control or security in relation to the LCBO. I mean, everyone has security and controls who comes in over the stores at a certain side. But the government's working on this. They have their experts. I don't think we should get involved.
What we would be doing is, perhaps to Councillor Timpson's point, is taking a position, which we're asking for the ability to opt out. We are not saying we're going to opt out, and we're not saying we're going to deny anybody. It is, from that point of view, perhaps it is a reasonable position at this time, just to put something out that we want to stay in this game, you know, that, and all we want is the ability to opt out if we choose to. And council may choose not to opt out when the time comes. This is just giving us a choice and perhaps taking a bit of a position. It's not saying we are going to opt out. It's not going to say we're going to deny a particular retailer from having the business. It's just and this isn't, they're not going to implement this until I believe January 2026. So there's a bit of time. Further comments, Councillor Timpson.
We also have to look at the position that we've taken with the government. We've said we want the controlled entrances, and now we're saying, but then anybody can buy it. So we have, you know, it's simply a message that we've got to get across to government.
Further comment, Johnson? Councillor Council,
Increasing costs.
Councillor Council.
But you're assuming that there won't be any controls. I've traveled to different communities throughout Canada and the United States, and some of the communities, the liquor section is in a locked area and you have to go into that. So it is controlled. You're assuming some of them, they're locked behind cabinets and you have to ask for them. So that you're assuming that our government is not going to put any controls into the situation, where I'm sort of assuming they're going to.
We might just,
Yeah.
we don't know though, and all we're doing is we're saying, let's hold on, let's maintain a little bit of option here until we find out how they are going to implement it. Councillor Lee.
Well, currently you have to have cigarettes behind a closed cupboard or shelf, so I would think at some point it'll be the same for other retailers.
Anything further, Councillor Kenson?
I guess I'm just not comfortable asking to change something that we don't fully understand or comprehend yet.
Yeah, we're not actually asking to change it though, we're asking just for an option.
We're asking for an option on this program to do that for something that we fully don't understand the entire program yet, is why.
But if we don't have the option, then anything further, Council? I would just, I think I'm going to vote in favor because, and I'm just saying why, I just think that it's keeping something open for us, it's maintaining a position, but it's not saying yay, nay, or whatever, it's just maintaining our options and maintaining a position that, so. There we have, Councilor Van Breen.
Can this be a recorded vote as well?
If you ask for it, it certainly can be. That's my understanding. We can go until midnight doing recorded votes on every single. No, we can't. There are limits to that. Recorded vote, CEO clerk. It's in your hands.
Thank you. So on the motion that's before council, I will go around the table, starting with Councillor Cassidy. Are you in favor or opposed?
Opposed.
Thank you. Councillor Lego.
Opposed.
Mayor Lawrence.
In favor.
Thank you. Councillor Costco.
Opposed.
Thank you. Councillor Bone.
Opposed.
Thank you. Councillor Timpson.
In favor.
Thank you. And Councillor Van Frieden.
In favor.
Thank you. So we have 4 opposed, 3 in favor. The motion is defeated.
Thank you. Always interesting. These are difficult decisions. Good discussion. Thanks, Council. 7.10. Road allowance, and I would leave you to lead the.
Certainly, through you, Mayor Lawrence, the motion before council is that council authorizes the passing of bylaw number 11-24, being a bylaw to permanently close, declare surplus, and authorize the sale of highway of the municipality of Sioux, specifically the shoreline road allowance at 438 Highway 72.
I think we just need to be clear to the public that the issues that were brought up, for example, like a septic field, has absolutely nothing to do with buying a Lakeshore Reserve or a road allowance. Even what they're going, if they're going to line an airplane there or put a dock in, they can do that without purchasing this. So this has no bearing on any of the concerns of the neighbors that the neighbors had, the noise. I mean, I live on Forest Drive, and the planes that from Slate Falls taxi in front of my house and take off at 7 a.m. So you can live anywhere on the lake and have the noise. It doesn't matter if the airplane is in front of you. Like he said, they're probably better off because they're going to taxi out very quietly and go in front of someone else's house and take off. So the issues that were brought up tonight, none of them have any bearing
on the situation of the lake shore of this business. Want to make that.
Councillor Van
Yes, and, until tonight, I thought that you had to own the shoreline to build a dock, but turns out you don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no idea, so we all learned something new out of this meeting. So. Councillor Gibson.
Yeah, really, we have every permission to just approve this. However, one of the things that I feel strongly about, if we ask the public for their opinion, I think we need to listen and possibly and be part of making it so that it works for the Clarks. And I noticed that there's not the two options with this particular issue. Option one, if there's no opposition, it's approved. Option two is it's deferred until there can be some discussion, which is, I think it's unfortunate. And I would like to see us just to defer and clarify to the neighbors that this is the situation, that it doesn't matter, and that sewer does septic field doesn't matter, and they're gonna go ahead anyways, and let's do it in a neighborly way. You know, so I think we should just defer it a month and just tell them to work it out there and meet with the dissenters and explain to them that that's what I think we should.
Councillor Constant.
I think we have to be very careful here because this is an out-of-town business person who's come to Sioux Lookout to set up a business. And we don't want to give them the wrong message. We want to welcome them. We want, like he said, I hope that there are hundreds of people at his grand opening. I plan on going. You know, I hope he feels supported. I don't want his initial welcome to Sioux Lookout to be that we're deferring their lakeshore that has no bearing on anything that anyone has said tonight at this meeting. The issues that they brought up are not relevant to the lakeshore purchase. Every concern they have can happen without the lakeshore purchase. So I want this businessman to know that we're happy he's here. We're glad he's investing in Sioux Lookout, and we want more people to come and invest here. And we need that message to be clear.
Council, further comments? I think it's all been said. It seems like I'm going to guess once every 3 or 4 months we have about shoreline road allowance closure and sale, and it's pretty routine. I understand that there was pushback tonight, but pushback is not based on anything that is within our control. Nothing else to say. I think it's a dry issue. Council, anything further? All in favor? Carried. Balance. Okay, please, would you? Thank you.
Thank you. So the following bylaws are being presented to council for 3 readings and passing this evening. The first is bylaw number 10-24, being a bylaw to provide for a designated reduced load period, the highways to which the designation applies, and related requirements. Bylaw number 11-24, being a bylaw to permanently close, declare surplus, and authorize the sale of a highway of the municipality. Again, namely the shoreline road allowance at 438 Highway 72. Bylaw number 13-24 being a bylaw to rescind bylaw number 02-24 being a bylaw to authorize and direct the mayor and clerk to execute an agreement with the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund Corporation for the funding to hire a heritage, culture, and recreation intern. Bylaw number 17-24 being a bylaw of the corporation of the municipality of Sioux Lookout to authorize the submission of an application to Infrastructure Ontario for financing in the amount of $610,932 towards the Boston Street and First Avenue project. Bylaw number 18-24 being a bylaw of the corporation of the municipality of Sioux Lookout to authorize the submission of an application to Infrastructure Ontario for financing in the amount of $1,702,000 towards the cost of the Goodwood Service Extension project. Bylaw number 19-24, being a bylaw of the corporation of the municipality of Sioux to authorize the submission of an application to Infrastructure Ontario for financing in the amount of $8,636,194 towards the cost of the Hillcrest development project. Bylaw number 20-24, being a bylaw of the corporation of the municipality of Sioux to authorize the submission of an application to Infrastructure Ontario for financing in the amount of $2,613,857 toward the cost of the Third Avenue and Front Street project. And finally, bylaw number 21-24, being a bylaw of the corporation of the municipality of Sioux to authorize the submission of an application to Infrastructure Ontario for financing in the amount of $865,257 towards the cost of the 8th Avenue infrastructure project. And so the motion in this case is that bylaw numbers 10-24, 11-24. Sorry.
Did you get 1124 in there, the road closure?
Yeah, is it 11 or 14? Sorry.
Yeah.
It was 11.
10-24, 11-24, 13-24, 17-24, 18-24, 19-24, 20-24, and 21-24. We read first, second, third, and passed.
You know, the second reading and the third reading. Thank you. No. Moved by Councillor Costco, seconded by Councillor Cassidy. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. No one notes the motion. Motions to be outside resolutions. Council reports. Councillor Brita.
Doing good. We had our TRC committee meeting on the 22nd. I also attended the special council meeting for the first draft of the budget on the 1st. I think we did a good presentation. It is a lot more easily digestible this year, which I appreciate. We had the environmental committee meeting on the 5th, went really good as well. And then with CAO Brian McKinnon and with Councilor Kimpton, attended the KDMA in Kenora. Honestly, had a great time. I definitely learned a lot. It was nice to mix and mingle with the KDMA. It seemed a lot more close tight than NOMA or the one Ontario wide. What's called? It was good. I also confronted our MP Eric Lillo about my motion for the CRA that is back on the Northern Living Allowance, and about his choice not to meet with the 2S LGBTQIA rights group in the area. Did that personally, and last week I was in Thunder Bay where I saw Doug. I went down the street and drove right past, but that's okay. It was good.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Okay, I wasn't here for the January meeting. However, I did attend a number of committee meetings by virtual. And the recruitment meeting, attended that, and also this month I did a presentation to two locums, new locums. I did a KDMA virtual meeting as well, and also attended the KDMA conference just last weekend, I guess it was, and I agree with Councillor Van Rita. It's really it's a very valuable conference to attend. You can have personal conversations with a representative. Representative Manifold was there. And we fed, what's his name there? Eric Malillo, yeah. It's too late. Eric Malillo was there. I chatted to him, and I plan to send him an email to follow up on something that he said was not going to happen, but did happen. So, anyway, so it's a really valuable conference to attend. I would encourage everybody to go next year. And you really get this, you get the feeling of what the municipality or the north is about. You find everybody there is having the same issues that we're having: policing, homeless, everything. Attended Roma in January, and attended the delegations that we had with the ministries. They were most useful and very informative. And we made, I think, a very good presentation to the Solicitor General about our leasing costs. And so Melcom was there as well. And he did say he wanted to invite the minister to Big Joe Lake so that he sees how different we are here. And that was my most frustrating part about that delegation, is that the message is not getting out to those in power that we are quite different here. And I think that was why I took the position I took that with that other issue. Let's see. That was the policing. Attended the hospital board meeting, too much new there. And participated in the environment committee meeting there. And one of the issues I'm going to be bringing more public was some more awareness on the radon issue. One of the things I did learn at Roma, or I hadn't known before, that we are one of the highest areas for radon risk in the province. So we're going to do a little publication on that. We already did one post on the website, Facebook page, and had one person respond that they had responded and gone and got a test the radon in their residence. So that was good. And attended a workshop on Truth and Reconciliation Part 1 put on by the Health Authority, and it was quite interesting. And another thing I'm working on, which is council related, is doing articulating for St. Andrew's United Church on looking at different ways the church can partner with communities. And we had the mayor came to one of our meetings. We've met with KDSB to see how they might be able to use the facility. As you know, most churches are reduced in their membership, and but we have a fantastic facility that we want to be able to use in the community more effectively. That was my month.
Thank you. Councilor Bowman.
February 1st, I was at the special council meeting as well. There was a delegation for the volleyball league, municipal budget presentation. February 6th, committee of adjustment and an application for severance. February 6th as well, I met with the CEO and treasurer to discuss the budget presentation from February 1st. February 5th, I met with the mayor to go over my observations from my first year on councils. February 6th, which was a busy day, I visited the fire hall with Councillor Lego. Fire chief gave us a tour. It was about 45 minutes, and he had lots of information. It was excellent, actually, because it's always there. I've been there a couple times before. And just to go through the stuff and look at the gear and the equipment to see what they have and what they've accumulated and what they'd like to have, just like everyone else. It was interesting. And I got drafted to the firemen's hockey team at the end, so for the charity event. That was it.
Thank you. Councilor Coxcomb.
I attended the TRC meeting, which was a great meeting. I think it's the second time that we've had forum in probably 3 years, and we decided to change the format to go with a lunch meeting to see whether that will be more successful, just to try something different, see how it plays out. I attended the special council meeting on the 25th. I met with the CAO on February 1st regarding some of the budget issues. I attended the committee of adjustment. I went to the dollar store grand opening. I visited the art display at the library, which was the women's art project put on by Mama. That's well.
Councilor Cassidy.
Sorry, lost your order. But for myself, no, yeah, obviously special council meeting, and I have had a couple hydro board meetings as well. And just one PACE, the other PACE meeting was canceled due to lack of quorum. So that was about it for me. So
Yeah, special council meeting for budget, had a LCC meeting on the 13th of February. Again, not much going on in the forest, few things, tying up some loose ends at the committee level. The plan for the forest management plan has already been approved, so that's taken care of for the next 10 years. So a lot of the stuff that was brought to the table before is done with now. So and then the fire hall tour with Chief Funk. Appreciate that. It was great. It was, again, about 45 minutes that we were there. So that was council stuff. Just on a personal note, if I'm overstepping my bounds, the CAO could talk to me later. I would just like to wish a speedy recovery to Mr. Patrick Flanagan. And also I'd like to say my final goodbyes to Glenn Hill and Mark Young and former Sioux resident Warren Fender, who I went to high school with. So they've all passed in the last week. So
Thank you, Councilor Lego. District Services Board, we've had 2 board meetings since between council meetings. I'm not sure how that happens, but Northwestern Health Unit board meeting and the merger committee that is formed to, do we have to get through this merger study with the District Health Unit, Northwestern Health Unit by the end of March and present a report to the government. So that's moving along. There'll be a focus group of all the district mayors next week, I think. Roma conference and the delegations with the CAO and Councillor Timpson. And I think I often rely on the bulletin to do a report for me. We had an interview and I know the report is coming out in the bulletin in the next week or 2. I appreciate that. Infrastructure Ontario call with the CAO regarding a new planning for a new OPP detachment here, whether we want to be involved or not, etc. There's various ways. It's just very preliminary. I'm sure that's going to come to council at some stage for that. But it's interesting, as I pointed out in my letter today, they're planning for more cells in which is speaks for itself. With my usual meeting with our MP, Eric Malillo, which went very well, and this time I had invited Marilyn Herbaz, the CEO of the health unit, to come and talk to him about promoting a school nutrition program that has some federal dollars that we're hoping for. And he was very gracious and we had a good meeting. He committed to following up on that. And we talked a bit about his private members bill, which has to do with bail release and violent criminals, which actually he's put that forward because of the request at the urge of a private citizen from Sioux. So these private members bills have you're very lucky if a member gets the bill to the floor. He's got it to the floor. It's got to go through a whole process, but he's done well with it, and that's a lot of advocacy by a local citizen to help that move along. Special council meeting, Ontario Health Team meeting. And then I think it was yesterday, the CAO and I met with the 3 other locals, the three local signatories that are active right now, including us, about a meeting that's going to happen in Thunder Bay on March, I get that right, March the 8th, that I'll be attending. It's where this health team is going is going to be on the table. With the CAO, I met with the LCBO and the OPP to go through their final plans after 2 years of advocacy from the police board. They had architectural drawings for controlled entries to the LCBO. That was great, and everybody was happy. 2 days later, it was canceled. As you know, so we've written a letter, an open letter to the Minister of Finance. Why the Minister of Finance? The cancellation came out of the Minister of Finance office. LCBO basically comes somehow under the wing of it's a separate corporation, but it's the money flows from LCBO to the Minister of Finance. So that's who we've chosen to address the letter to. Today I attended the event that's put on by Ontario Native Women's Association at the library, related to the murdered and missing Indigenous women and girls, and an art display that's going around the province. Give some remarks there. Showed support. And a week or two ago, I did, thank you, Councillor Costco. You said, are you coming by text? I wasn't. But they're just for the dollar store opening, which was great, well attended, and nice to see another business venture opening in town. That's the month. And now we're going to move into closed session. The council moves into closed session at 8:40 p.m. to discuss matters relating to labor relations or employee negotiations and subject matter relating to a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or on behalf of the municipality of local board pursuant to the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, section 239B and section 239K respectively, 2 items, collective bargaining and policing. Moved by Councilor Cassidy, seconded by Councilor Costco. All in favor? Thank you. We're now moving into closed session. Are we Yeah, you'll,
There was nothing arising from closed session, just some discussion. And so we're good on that front.
motion that bylaw number 1624 being about to confirm the proceedings of the municipality of Silico, February 21, 2024. Council meeting be their first, second, and third time that counts. Moved by Councilor Lego, second by Councilor Menavita. All in favor? Good night. Thank you.
That, yeah.